Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Tangina mo, ano? Akala ko ano, tangina kayo.
Ang lihan na.
Ano, IMM? Tingnan niya. Uy, ano? Huwag na akong kulitin, wait lang, nag-push yung tao. Hindi. Ay, I mean, okay pala, okay pala.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Malala yung season na to. Kasi, ewan ko, para sa akin parang hindi ko ine-expect yung mga ganap. Especially during the preseason na yung Falcons APBren tsaka yung Liquid Echo na nagdo-dominate for like the entirety of the off-season. So parang ine-expect na sobrang daming tao na sila yung papalo. And then all of a sudden, Fnatic Onic. Parang kung tutuusin nga sila yung mga underrated teams na parang kailangan mong i-watch out eh. So I feel like they really outdid themselves na parang OMG, ganito pala yung palag-palag nila.
Season 14 regular season, don't y'all watch the forecast? I predicted about 4.5 out of 7 matches on average every week on week for the whole season. That means I saw almost every match result from a mile away, say for week 6. We don't talk about week 6, that's the upset week, but predictable, all right? I told y'all so, I told you so.
Unexpected, napakaraming twist and turns. Sobrang saya kasi sobrang changing ng meta. Every week parating may bagong flavor na hero. Nagdaan yung mga edit, nagdaan yung mga Khalid. So hindi mo na talaga alam kung ano may expect this season. Although Fnatic Onic is undefeated, pagdating sa playoff, sigurado ako wala makakapredict kung sino magcha-champion.
So far, summary ko sa season is a little surprising. Titans are falling left and right. And may kumikidlat-kidlat na dumire-diretso hanggang playoffs yata and most likely to M6 for what we're seeing here. And I think na I'm still ready to be surprised and I hope may konting surprise factor pa na naiiwan dito sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Very, very looking forward to that.
Beyond lahat ng mga teams na parang bigla ang nag-rise yung performance and kumbaga nalalagpasan pa yung mga Titans quote-unquote na initially we thought would dominate the regular season. I also think it has something to do with the heroes na lumabas. Nagbabalik sila 1-1, sila bigla may mga Bellery ulit, yung Nana even. So, even yung Kagura pala, no? Actually, kung inisa-isa ko na sila, hindi na ako matatapos dito. So, parang ang saya-saya ko lang talaga na makita na ganun. Kaya, mas nagkakaroon ng unpredictability in a sense din and surprise lalo yung MPL because of it.
So for me, I think same lang. For the past few seasons, ito pa rin yung MPL Philippines. Siguro nakakagulat lang na iba-iba na yung mga teams na nagbabakbakan dito sa upper spot for the playoffs contention. Pero I think ang pinakamalaking summarization na pwede ko ibigay is if international viewer ka, mas nakakaaliw at mas nakakatakot panoorin yung MPL Philippines kasi again, leading into M6, mas marami silang kalaban.
For Omega, it's a really big surprise considering that last season they didn't do so well, but this season napakalaking improvement yung pinakita nila. Mas decisive, mas malakas, mas disiplinado. And I feel like with that, Smart Omega already is a championship contender, though they do still have to do a lot considering that they're up against Fnatic Onic Philippines. But I do feel like this is finally the time for Kelra to shine the most because for the last few years, we've always touted Kelra as the best gold laner out there, the gold standard. But for some reason, he was always like losing in the first round, or the last big championship that he got was from MSC 2021 pa. But this time around, Kelra is looking to be sharpest. We always thought that he was already the gold standard, the best gold laner out there, but for some reason, he was able to beat himself and lead Onic to a golden age, honestly. And with a supporting cast such as Super Prince, King Kong, and the rest of Fnatic Onic, I do feel like they're the team to watch right now after the regular season ends.
It feels like I'm reading really good fan fiction that you can make into a movie. Struggling teams, strong teams, unexpected results, unique meta. It's one of the most competitive and exciting seasons we've ever had. If I could sum up the season, honestly, great.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final week of the regular season. We're still missing one more in the playoffs bracket. Who will secure that final coveted spot? Are there possibilities of tiebreakers? Do you have your guesses? It's going to be a phenomenal week here at the MPL Arena, and you wouldn't want to miss any of it. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is Retribution Rumble Week. Casters, pasok!
I hope you guys are ready because it's Retribution Rumble. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 14, Week 8. Dan Leobang at your service here with Jose Ingan, and we're bringing you the action on this opening day.
Honestly, it's great.
All right, all right. That's why you were feeling nervous. You were going to you were gonna play with the boundaries here. All right, ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, level up your game anytime, anywhere with Smart's Powerroll 99. For just 99 pesos, you get 8 gigs for all your favorite apps, plus only TikTok and only texts to all networks.
Of course, you can stay connected, improve your MLBB skills, and keep the fun going with your friends no matter where you are. Load up now and enjoy the non-stop gaming with Smart.
If that video package wasn't enough to get you hyped, let us lay down what's at stake here. One last slot in the playoffs. 2 teams that are championship franchises, and only one of them makes it through. Not to mention the win streak of Fnatic Onic Philippines on the line, and the Titans waiting in the wings. This is what it looks like.
Wow, Fnatic still undefeated, 12-0, and I know they're still gonna put the pedal on the gas because they wanna remain undefeated going to the regular season. And you're right, one more slot is left between these 2 teams. Whew. This is how you know this season's one of the more competitive seasons, because down to the week 8, we're not yet secured when it comes to the playoff spot, even the bracketing.
One more slot. The last time I remember it being this tight, I would say was season 8 in the last quarter of 2021, and then season 10 in early 2022. Like, these are the moments wherein every match is a must-watch.
And those were the seasons with the streak, except Season 10, because it was Season 11, Echo, formerly Echo, and Season 8 was Blacklist.
See?
Wow.
And they are in the place of history who Fnatic Onic Philippines is now. We're opening up with Smart Omega versus RSG, 2022's MSC. Filipino representatives coming up. Again, both former MSC champions, if you look at it. And we're closing off with the rematch between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcons APBren. The last time we saw those 2 in action, it went all the way, and it was so close, so close. FCAP almost broke that streak in half.
Yeah, I know Falcons APBren really wanting to redeem themselves up against one of the Titans, the gods of Season 14. But of course, the first match is a do-or-die match for RSG Philippines, because at this point, you really want to have a series win. Again, we know that the point system in Season 14 has changed. So even if you win one game, if you don't win the series, that's nothing.
Yep, but also you mentioned now the point system and how the head-to-head might actually matter, and the points you gained are more than just that. You also have to worry about how many games you won in a series, because RSG and Blacklist are that close. We'll leave it to the gentlemen at the Infinite Game Tambayan, the very dashing Rockhart and the handsome and charming Renmar Santa Cruz to break it down for you. Let's go over to them now.
That is right. Welcome here to the Infinix Game Tambayan. With us tonight, I'm Carl Rockharto, and this is Renmar Santa Cruz. And this, of course, is brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines Season 14.
I didn't expect to get double named twice, but thanks, brother. But I mean, you're not wrong.
Got double named.
Yeah, he got double. He was Egan, but nah, I get you, man. The opening trailer, I feel like, really summed up how hyped this weekend is. We still don't know who gets that playoff slot, and it's a story of retribution and revenge for an entire weekend, the last weekend of MPL Philippines.
That's right, and Week 8 will definitely be pretty, gosh darn great.
Yeah, it'll be
Right,
gosh darn great.
Gosh darn great, that's exactly what I heard. So right now, we are heading into this match, of course, and I believe that we have a lot to break down here. We have a few that, but of course, we're going to try to simplify as much as we can
Of course.
for you guys. Right now, number one, we have so many scenarios that we are going to try to slow it down, but mostly revolves around RSG, right? Because
Yeah.
RSG, they're the ones that are coming up to the plate right now, or coming up to bat. And I believe that they're definitely, we're talking about computations, it feels like they're on the short end of the stick.
Yeah, there are two teams, again, vying for that last playoff slot. Blacklist International and RSG Philippines. Blacklist International has a higher probability, almost 50% chance of making it to the playoffs and sealing the deal. To put it simply, and y'all can read through that, RSG Playoffs has two routes. The simplest route, I would like to call it, is they just have to sweep both Omega and Aurora. But based off of their performances so far this season, easier said than done. What I would like to call their most reachable or attainable route is to win 2-1 and 2-0 for their last two matches and hope that Blacklist International doesn't sweep Aurora later in the weekend.
Yeah, essentially scenario C is super convoluted, right? Because they're going to have to wait for Blacklist to lose 0-2, and it has to be a specific 0-2 because of the game match win rate.
Yes.
So, man, that's going to be super tough. That's why their win probability is a little bit lower, and for Blacklist, obviously a bit higher. Basically, kind of depending as well on RSG.
Yeah. The thing for Blacklist International, though, is they already are on the simplest and most reachable route. For RSG Philippines, that was two separate roads. For Blacklist International, it's one. Hope that RSG loses all of the remaining matches. Seriously,
right.
Blacklist are leading in the playoffs race now. As long as RSG loses, Blacklist gets that slot. Yes, that even counts. If RSG loses 1-2 to both Omega and Aurora this weekend, Blacklist is fine. They don't need to do anything else. But they just really have to hope that RSG Philippines doesn't win at least one of their matches.
There you go. And these are the remaining matches. So we can even break it down even simpler. I don't know if we can even do that, right?
Yeah.
This is as simple as it can get. RSG, just win. 2-0, 2-1. For Blacklist, you also got to win. Even a 2-0, 2-1. And basically, for Blacklist, just don't lose, right?
Yeah.
Either way, you can see the point differentials here. And I would still say it's still neck and neck. And again, guys, there is still a chance of a big BO3 tiebreaker happening on Sunday in day number 3.
Yeah, actually, we'll find out if we will have a tiebreaker by tomorrow. We'll update the standings, especially after this matchup. But it's crazy to see that Blacklist International won't fight their potential playoffs clinching match until the very last day of MPL Philippines Season 14.
Which, again, Leo did mention that happened so long ago. Last time this was this tight. And for their last matchup, going back into this one, is RSG versus Omega. It was an Omega-sided game. And I believe because this is the time when Omega's finally got their groove, getting back into it after falling a little bit in week 3.
Yeah, after a nice start to the season, you mentioned it, at around week 3, second half of week 2, somewhat around that time, they started to falter just a little bit, and then they were getting back wins.
Yeah.
They mentioned them beating RSG Philippines at that time was a big deal for them, and that was also the series that debuted the Gato Kacha Lilia combination for Smart Omega, which is still very viable. Ukir played Lilia in the past 2 weeks and has been doing well with that, but in that first series, game number 1 was the Andoryu show. That's when the Curly Nightmare made his stamp in the league as a Hayabusa, winning it, getting a triple kill in that last Lord fight. While game number 2, it was the Ryota Phoveus show, and he was just annoying and unstoppable.
And for, of course, aside from the Gatot Kacha, we're probably going to see something pretty cool. And you know what? They actually might show something interesting today because Borno is coming into the mid lane. He's going to be replacing Ukir coming in this one. So this is something that we've been talking about off camera. A lot of us talents are like, all right, what's this gonna be like, right? Because we're in the same boat as you guys, man. We haven't actually seen Bornok play.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we're going to be seeing the debut of the Mamba Academy. It's Jack New and his biological brother as the Roman as the mid. That's crazy.
And, I don't know. Do you think that's going to be enough to get and secure this win? Vote down in the comments and the online polls who you think is coming out on top here. Is it going to be Omega or is it going to be RSG's journey here? And again, they do need that win so much.
And that's why I want the spicy story, Rockhart. Look at the colors I'm wearing.
Oh,
despite
that's
the stats
why.
saying it's Omega leaning and Omega might actually win this with the sweep, something about me feels like RSG might actually push for the really spicy story to end up the season. RSG for me.
Same. Throw it up there, Direct. Throw it up. We need that RSG victory. We need to see this journey unfold. It does feel like I saw them, man. I saw them backstage. I feel like RSG, they're getting back into form. They're looking really fired up.
Yeah, and remember, there's a precursor to this. Coach Why Not, the coach of Fnatic Onic Philippines, did mention in that Game 2 that RSG Philippines almost beat them last week. When Fnatic Onic clinched the record-sealing longest win streak in history, he said RSG were scary in that game number 2, man. They're really almost there. The RSG that we knew and loved, yeah, we almost lost to that. That's what Coach Why Not said.
That's right. And we are going to see the same lineup play in here. Nibor, of course, will still be in. And I think that there's a good chance that, you know what, they can get something done here. For now, though, of course, don't forget to get your recalls. If you saw our recalls, man, and you want it, it's still available. And RSG can still kind of do some pretty good stuff. TNC is looking very nice. But you know who's fire, right? You know the fire. You know the fire in you. If you're a true Blue Raider, though, that aura is pretty insane. Anyway, go ahead and lock that into the in-game. But before we go in-game, let's go ahead and throw it over to the MPL arena as we will see our teams walking into the stage. I'm very excited for this. It's Bornok's time to shine. Throw it over.
This is the first match of the last week of the regular season. Pat, Chico, JJ, and Jeff are our marshals. The fate of two teams are resting on the shoulders of the Poison, but the Barangay are striving for a win to carry the momentum towards the playoffs. With Bornok making his MPL debut, here is Smart Omega! And their opponents, new faces but very familiar to them because the Raiders have their eyes set on those remaining spots in the playoffs and they won't stop till it's theirs. Here come the Raiders. It's RSG Philippines. And their coaches. For Smart Omega, Coach Lembot. For RSG Philippines, Coach Panda.
It's time for the face-off. Aqua, step forward. And making his MPL debut, Bornok, step forward. Step closer together. Aqua, paano mo babawian ang Barangay Smart Omega? Ano ang palag mo?
Siguraduhin ko kami manalo.
Bornok, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang Raiders? Ano ang palag mo?
Wala eh, sumbo ko na lang siya sa kuya ko.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's the first match of the final week, and it's a crucial one. Get ready for a day full of action. Panel, pasok.
All right, Bornok seems to be in the game, man. Yeah. He's in the game. We got Smart Omega making their appearance here for the first time with their mid laner MPL S14 debut on week number 8.
What's he gonna play? What does he play like? How does he fare with his brother in the room? We already saw a glimpse of it. He even held up his brother's pose. He was even getting directed by Chapman. It's like, yo, this is your first time, bro. Let me help you out. Walk here, I'll walk here, then we go into the back. I feel like it's gonna be like that. To keep it simple, Smart Omega, Chaknu, and his brother Bornok really need to be sharp against one of the most fearsome roam mid combos we got in the league, even though they're struggling, Light and Aqua.
That's right, and this is an RSG Philippines that is on fire. And especially for sure, you know, on fire probably on stage, but right now they don't seem to be bothered. They're gonna have to show it in the game though. This is a really tough match despite a newcomer in Smart Omega.
Yeah, I think one player can really pressure Bornok. They're probably thinking like, nah, I feel like it's gonna be Irad. You know, when we play our RG games, if we're the mid laner, we're up against a really good assassin, we're just wary of going wherever the hell we want to go. I think that's what Irad needs to do here. His rotations need to be in sync with Light and Aqua, but show himself enough that it stops Bornok from making moves.
And basically don't let yourself get intimidated, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is what Irad's actually super good at.
Yeah.
This guy goes toe-to-toe with the best in the world, Carl TZ. You name it, right? Yeah. I'm sure he can probably go against Kyrie pretty well, so you don't want to be an MPL rookie against this guy. And again, we're talking about mechanics, we're talking about the stats. RSG still looking pretty fire. But Omega, definitely those wins did help boost these stats up.
Yeah, that's why it will make an Omega victor here all the more impressive. Come on, the Chak and... what is that?
The Chak Knock
connection. Chak Knock! The Chak Knock connection, Chakno and Bornok. Yeah, if equally, Irad needs to pressure Bornok with his presence, Chaknu and his brother Bornok really need to pressure Irad in the jungle. That's the first Infinix key to victory, but for RGPA, we got a good one.
It does feel like it's better right now with Light and Aqua. This is a time, this is a duo tested by time, right?
Yes.
They've been through so much. And you can kind of wonder how that's going to fare between a possibly newer connection they have here in the mid. Of course, for everyone, get your head in the game. You know, got to get your head in the game, and that does feel like, you know, it does feel like both teams do have that in spades here.
Yeah, if you have a choice between pursuing your theater dreams and playing basketball, play MLBB instead and win games. Bornok, you're making your debut. You're up against one of the most early game suffocating teams. Yes, they're still struggling, but that is still RSG Philippines that even warranted the respect of Fnatic Onic Philippines, which is why now, I know we predicted for RSG Philippines, I feel like it might be one of those situations where at the end of the day, people will be making clips about Bornok and how good he is.
I'm ready to be surprised, honestly, with this one. Because knowing Smart Omega, they're not a team that takes these lightly. You know, they, no pun intended with Light. It does feel like they have a plan that they've been serving or reserving for a long time now. Since Bornok came in week 6, week 5, he was slotted in there pretty early on. So I'm sure he's been present in all scrims. He's been playing a lot. So that's probably the biggest surprise factor here for Omega is how is he playing? Does he play the usual heroes? Does he play off-meta stuff? Like, does he play in the Kai mid? You never know.
Yeah, you'll never know. I mean, that's what I love about new players making their debuts. We don't know what to expect from them. Is this guy an assassin in the mid? Is he the type to opt to play Julian in the mid? No. Hellkurt, maybe not.
Hellkurt mid.
But who knows, right? Who knows?
That's why this is so exciting for all of us here in MPL Philippines right now. And of course, Omega picking up the blue side means they can have a bit more of a free reign on starting off that way.
Sorry, brother. I just saw an interesting statistic flashed.
What happened?
About it. Everyone in Omega now has officially curly hair. With Ukir going, Ukir has the straighter hair, right?
Yeah. So even Jome, he used to be really.
Dude's got the dress, but now he's curly.
Yeah.
So it's Chaknu, Jome, Ryota, Bornok. What am I missing? Andoryu. Yeah, they're all curly. They all got curly hair.
That's like adding to the adage here in the Philippines. If you're curly, you're a menace.
If you're curly.
Don't quote me, guys. That's a saying in the Philippines.
Listen, are we referring to Mobile Legends Bang Bang specifically?
Probably.
If you're curly, you're a menace. Okay.
If you're curly, you're a menace. And that's saying it in the best way because these guys are a menace in the Land of Dawn. Throw it over the Game 1 draft. Again, first pick for Omega. So excited to see if they're going to prioritize their newbie or are they going for what's tried and tested here.
Yeah, when I'm thinking of Omega right now, I'm thinking of potentially heroes that will slot well in the Roman mid. Tried and tested combinations. Pick off with the low Yi, pick off with a Vexana, slows like a high loss roam with a low Yi or a Vexana again. Maybe this guy is more Valentina minded. So let's look. Remember we said RSG Philippines need to play high pressure. Something to throw Bornok off his game. Cho is the perfect hero to ban in that scenario along with the Matilda. While RSG Philippines this time are respecting Chaknu's high loss, which is very high win rate for him, and one of the highest banned heroes when going up against Omega.
Yeah, so no bans against the mid lane here. A bit surprising. Kind of gives you a bit of a leeway. And if you're talking about mid lane mages, you can probably go for something like an Aurora, definitely a safe pick.
Yeah.
Because of your passive, you got Pride Device, but you know what? Andoryu is the guy that they want to front here.
Yeah, you pick up the Ling, take it away from the hands of Irad, so it's going to be the Ling Hayabusa trade. With the Cho gone, you still have a Grok that Chaknu can slot in to play the high invade style of roamer. It's been a while since we've seen a Jawhead roam to play that pressure single target. Who knows? So RSG Philippines will take away more comfort picks from Omega by taking away the Gatot Kacha of Chaknu, and then you take away the Arlot of Ryota as well, so you take away two strong setters. So we might end up with seeing an Edith or a Terizla in the EXP lane, but I think they can go for their gold laner and mid laner right now. They can leverage that.
It's funny because I heard comfort pick Gatot Kacha. Who never thought I'd hear that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I never thought I'd hear that here in our league, man. And here's the Lunox. Kind of half expecting it for Omega already. That is definitely, probably, or not saying definitely, probably on the gold lane. And again, I'm not gonna be surprised if Bornok comes out with it.
Yeah, but you did mention something like safe mid laners. I feel like if Omega want to keep Bornok as comfortable as possible, I think safe mid laners are a really good bet. You mentioned the Aurora. I like the Lilia for him too. Hell, maybe even the Nana if possible.
Yeah.
So that might be the pick later for Omega, but I mean, we still have the Order of Brilliance from Lunox, which is sort of like safety. But I feel like I agree with you here. This is more of a gold lane Lunox because usually in the matchup, the Lunox should either be 50-50 or slightly actually 65-35 against the Harith. So that's what they're thinking about. So RG Philippines just get an aggressive mid laner that can pressure Bornok in the mid, whatever he picks. Valentina for Aqua.
It does feel like the route to go. And I was actually thinking about Valentina for Bornok here. More of mobility, just to make sure you can dodge out of harm's way.
Good dashes, yeah.
But then again, it got picked up by RSG already, so it feels like RSG is also forcing that scenario here. Harith is still open, by the way. Most likely gonna get banned out, to be honest. If I was RSG, maybe trying to ban out that Harith, or sorry, if I was Omega.
Yeah.
But yeah, Matilda in the mid lane would have been great as well. You know, if you're trying to start out, trying not to do anything too active.
Oh, yeah.
There's Aurora ban. I guess RSG was thinking as well.
Yeah, they're also thinking the same thing, like safe type of mid laners here for Bornok. It'd be so funny if, like, in his MPL debut, dude just straight up shows up with a cushion.
Gushan mid,
That
oh
would be
my
so funny.
god, that was
I
so
mean,
funny.
That's just me like wishful thinking right now. So Omega take away the Moskov, so some of the best gold lane marksmen. Hey, that's the OHEB super fan.
Oh yeah.
He's a really cool dude.
He's back.
Yeah.
Wow, he's back for another one. Probably
Yeah.
watching out for Omega, you know.
Exactly.
And RSG, whether or not they're gonna take it. I think he got engrossed in the story, you know? Yeah, I think he wants to see RSG's journey as well here. So Moskov's out, which is surprising for me, because I guess unsurprising rather for me, because Kusei loves that hero.
Yeah.
But then again, maybe just leave it open, just, you know, for the possibility of Joan picking it up and Lunox going over to
the mid. Yeah.
to the mid.
I think that's sort of them showing their hand that
Yeah.
the Lunox will be going to the gold.
It's super open. Yeah.
Good ban here on the Tigreal, taking away one of the last best options for Jacknu. You pick up the Valentina third pick as RSG Philippines, and you take away the Tigreal. Now you're thinking, okay, if ever Jacknu picks up something along the lines of a Grok, we can steal the wild charge from him.
Yeah.
Although most of the time, the Valentina will probably be stealing the ultimate of the Edith. So fourth pick, I think they lean towards the jungle now. But maybe one of the reasons why RSG is not picking up the jungle yet is because they really want to see what the roam is first. So they might go safe, play gold, get either the Harith or the Alice. Maybe if they really want physical or true damage, then they go carry. And then pick their jungler for last so that they can adjust it to whatever Jacknu picks.
Honestly, last pick jungle sounds like the play. Irad has so many good heroes. And who knows, maybe Lancelot can make an appearance here today and wow all of us.
No.
Then again, you are facing up against some pretty nasty heroes, especially that Lunox. You can get kind of derailed here, and they go for the Hayabusa early on, which is also pretty good. Just so hard to beat that hero.
Yeah, so it's a more traditional line of thinking wherein, okay, let's save our gold lane pick for last, so he has the best possible chance of survival until we see their lineups and the matchups that we get. So officially, Bornox's first hero played in MPL Philippines will be a Vexana.
All right.
Let's see if this Edith will go to the EXP or maybe the Roam. Nope, it's a Roam Jawhead. So yeah, we posed the idea of a Jawhead earlier for Jacknu for the pick-off type. So they get a lockdown already for the Hayabusa, high pressure, invade jungle, good control in the mid, and you have a link to cover. So yeah, this should be a good draft for Omega right now. I think for the gold, still same, Alice, Harith, or Carry.
I was half expecting the Rock, but then I guess he realized, you know what, I can't use my passive against a Hayabusa.
Yeah, you're
so
right. Yeah.
He's thinking, you know, I might die immediately early on.
True.
So I don't blame him. Gold lane though is gonna be the Claude, the safest option again for RSG. Just playing it really close to the chest.
Yeah.
Their picks are super safe.
Okay, they decide to play the map and they go for an entry type of gold laner. I mean, then again, the Claude's farm should come up a little bit, does come up quicker now. But, okay, I think they decided to go for the more macro-centric, play the map style.
Yeah. Play the map around, don't do anything too fancy. Coach Panda, you know why he's called the Pandamentals. He wants to stick stick as close to basic as possible so that I guess there is less room for error in that scenario, right? So everyone knows muscle memory and it's gonna make a play. And here we go. There you go. What?
2 Purifies.
2 Purifies. There you go. Thank you so much for that. And throw it over to the casters, Leo and Ingan, to bring us a game.
Here we go. Game number 1 in a best of 3. It's do or die for RSG. If on paper it's not, well, it might as well feel that way. Jose Ingan and Leo here at your service, bringing you this matchup. Did you know, I'm speaking as the advocate of Big J and the Mamba, that these are 2 heroes that their first time playing with in Season 14.
So there are 3 debutants for the side of Omega.
That's one way. Yes. Can you believe it?
Well, I know Jome has been using the Harith.
And the Alice, he played that too.
And the Alice, but yeah, you're right. I haven't seen him use the Lunox. And up against a team hungry for that win. Again, RSG has a do-or-die situation right now. It takes a lot of guts to sub in Burnock at the same time. You use a hero you haven't used that long.
That's right. And RSG, I'm wondering what they're making of this. Now Light meets up with 3 in mid.
That was a gatot. That was a gatot that almost got bursted down.
And he popped a Revitalize to use that, to get away with it.
So Omega got more than what they wanted.
It's
a retribution
TKO.
from Light. It's a TKO.
Where I'm coming from, they call it TKO.
Yeah, you can really feel the adjustment coming in from the Jawhead, wherein his missiles hurt even down to the early game. At the same time, you want to do this if you're Omega. You've been saying this all throughout the season that if you're a Jawhead, you got to make sure you're the driver.
Yep, you're proactive.
You're proactive.
You're up front and you're dealing the damage, which explains his emblem set. Check it out. Tank emblem, Thrill, a little bit of damage, and then Wilderness Blessing so we can rotate quick.
Yeah, and of course, Omega. You know, I've been seeing Andoryu being this proactive right now as he tries to go for Light. Not a good start for Light though, although he's soaking up the damage. Here comes the Shadow Kill, but Tempest of Blaze will be popped as well to make sure He's not gonna go down.
That's an ult for an ult. So far, RSG showing Omega. They're not backing down. Turtle spawns upper quarter of the map. Ryota going 2v1. Aqua finally hits level 4, so Nibor does assist in the endeavor. They're both at level 4 now. Same for Omega, but I'm liking so far how Bornok feels. Like 2 minutes in, it's like he's not a sub. You know, he belongs.
Yeah, a little trivia about Bornok. Brigida actually mentioned this a while ago. She watched the stream of Chaknu. Bornok's versatility is amazing. On Mondays, he's a jungler. On Tuesdays, but wait a minute, they're trying to go for Kosei. Forced out the Purify and the Blazing Duet. Another good ejector there coming in from Chaktu. And as I was saying, when it comes to Bornok, every day is a different role for him. And for Saturday and Sunday, Saturday, he's a coach. And Sunday, he's even a caster.
So today it's a Friday, he's a mid laner.
He's a mid laner today.
All right. In the past minute, RSG walked away with a turtle, but it seems like it is up to Omega. They allowed for that. They made that rotation. And Light attempting an AOG. Omega ever the wiser. I'm liking RSG's, how do I say, boldness.
Boldness.
I wouldn't say aggression because they will be crossing the river more often and fighting fights where they shouldn't.
Yeah.
I call it boldness just because they're not backing down. Again, it's clear that based on the stats, and I know Coach Link, Coach Panda, RSG's coaching staff, they know what's up. They know that these are the debuts of a lot of things from OMG. And RSG's not letting them get away with it.
Yeah, plus they also have 2 Purifiers for their one of the most squishy heroes from Aqua and Kosei. So in terms of overextension, you can assure them that they can be aggressive. At the same time, Nibor again is rocking this Arlot. We've seen it almost take down the streak of Fnatic Onic. Maybe he can do it again, but here comes, Ira didn't commit the Wiggy Shadow kill as Ryota is still safe.
That's right. RSG now up by about 300 gold. Should be enough to make... Whoa, OMG, think about it!
Oh, but there's the unstoppable force now. 4 members ganged up on Shaknu as he falls down.
That's what you call a conflict of interest. As a Jawhead, again, you want to be proactive. You were looking for fights. You were looking for someone to toss over to Bornok to take down. Here you go, brother, you go.
Brotherly love.
Yeah.
But the problem is, Chaknu, being the elder brother, just said sacrifice. I'll sacrifice myself for you, Borno.
I'm sure he didn't have to. I'm sure he didn't mean to. That was RSG just being a step ahead. Turtle spawned, lower quarter, this time around 4.5 minutes in. And Chaknu positioning himself like that death like 30 seconds ago didn't happen.
Yeah. Again, a while ago, it was RSG who got the first turtle. They just traded as Andoryu got the orange buff. And then this time, they are starting things off. Here comes the zone coming in from Chaknu. Nibor really want to cast things. Oh, look at that. Ryota goes in first with the Earth Shatter Flicker combination as they bring down Chaknu. Here comes Nibor with the final slash. Light with the AOG. Ryota as well, soaking up the damage coming in from RSG. But here comes Kosei with a Blazing Duet on Ryota and to Jome. A double kill coming in from Aqua. And a good start for the Raiders.
It's all blue. It's all blue as we watch RSG rise and slay, putting Omega into a corner. It hurts. I gotta say, it hurts.
It hurts.
No, it's hurts.
It's hurt.
It's plural on both ends. It's because there's so many ways that Omega, I don't want to say flubbed that team fight, but it took them so long to get to the position where they should have dealt damage, but RSG were already hunkered down.
Yeah.
And they were dealing damage that they want. They were putting in the CC that they need. Because it started with... all right, here we go. Chaknu's looking for something again.
Okay, but that's Light, one of the chunkiest heroes of RSG, as he also picks up a Thunder Belt. And actually, this is what Omi was saying during his content. If you're Gatot Kacha who has a slight advantage, has a slight gold lead, you can opt to get this Thunder Belt. And in this case, with a 3.6k gold lead for RSG, Light can just really enjoy the effect of a Thunder Belt.
Yeah, he can jump in, AOG basic attack, that's fine. Especially if you're ahead like this, 3k. As I was saying, Smart Omega, their lineup right now, it's counterproductive. They want Chaknu to find the pickoff. They want Chaknu to get in there in the thick of things. Maybe best case scenario, find Kosei, find Aqua. But what do you do from there? Because even Jome can't get the burst in that he needed. He tried to, got in really deep into the pit earlier on, that second turtle, but it's easier said than done. That's what RSG is working on right now. Here we go!
Oh, look at the wee shadow kill, and welcome to MPL Bornok. You just got the Ira treatment.
See?
That was a Wiggy Shadow kill on to 4.
And there was what? A shuriken, maybe a nuke from Aqua, and then the shadow kill. Oh,
Okay,
whoa, whoa!
here comes the response from Omega. Not my brother, says Chaknu, as they also take down an XP laner.
All right, so that's one on the board for Smart Omega. All this while, Kusei was just farming up. Kusei hasn't been touched all game. And let's not even talk about Irad. It's going to be so hard for Omega to take down Irad. Because think about it, what's going to stop a Claude with Purify? Like, who? Who will catch him?
Maybe the Unstoppable Force and Injector from Chaknu, but that's just to force out the Purify.
And then where do you go from there?
I think Ryota's Earth Shatter, but the problem is it's easily avoided. Ryota has to rely as much as possible with his Flicker's availability just to make sure to catch RSG off guard. We've seen it once during the second turtle, but the problem was they only catch Nibor. So Ryota, Chaknu has to set up when it comes to the crowd control because of this guy specifically. Irad once again goes in for the Owiki Shadow Kill and finishes the job, brings down Bornok. Now Chaknu going to his brother next, forces out the flicker, but never catches him with a final slash. A killing spree from Aqua.
Off camera, you see Andoryu taking down Kusei, but at what cost? His team needed him in mid. And now Omega defending that mid lane tier 1 with their dear life. All this while, Irad just going 1v1 against a turtle. I'd say, you know what, they lost Kusei along the way, but RSG are still comfortable here in this match.
Yeah, and that's a problem if you're a Kosei who hasn't been, if you're a gold laner who hasn't been touched for a very long time. Eventually, an aggressive assassin jungler will hunt for you. And in that case, that was Andoryu having the time of his life, bringing down Kosei finally. And that was a good trade still for Omega.
Yeah, I guess I asked that question. Omega obliged me. Chaknu looking for a target here. Not going to be either of these three gentlemen as Kusei gets back on the horse here, looking to push that tier 2 up top. The map is not agreeing with Smart Omega, man. I'm feeling like this might be one of those games where you rely heavily on Omega timers, especially looking at the items now. That's 1,000 between Andoryu and Irad.
Yeah.
1,000, almost 1,000 between Jome and Kusei. These are your cores. They need to get there.
Yeah, especially the Lunox, especially Jome. As much as possible, you want to prevent the late game power spike of a Claude this early on. But looking at his own lane, he only has one inhibitor turret left up top. So clearly, Kosei did a good job of just bringing down turrets. And okay, this is the fight that we're all been waiting for. But they saw, I believe, where Aqua was hiding, so they had to walk away there. And again, it's a matter of catch for both of these XP laners. Ryota versus Nibor. Who's going to get the better setup? Is it going to be the Arlot? Is it going to be the Edith?
I'll tell you now, Nibor is going to have a much easier time. Because, well, number one, the Purifies from RSG. And number two, Ryota has to put himself in harm's way. There's no going back after you go Flicker, onward, Earthshatter. That's it. Your only other way out is the Primal. I'll see what I tell you!
Oh, here comes the Nibor final slash once again onto one of his favorite heroes as Irad goes in with a Wiki Shadow Kill, bringing the third death of Bornok. Andoryu tries to survey the scene. They're chasing after Joe as he shuts down Irad. Here comes the Brilliance as well. Andoryu Templates on Blades! And he's going to bring down Kosei as well. All of a sudden, things are turning around for Omega. But look at Nibor with a final slash catch once again to even out the score. Actually, RSG had one more kill. That's 3-2, and the Raiders won that clash.
The Nightmare almost single-handedly turned the game around. Almost took away RSG's gold lead. They did well to cut it in half, but dear Lord, who'd have thunk? All right, so the Omega timers reality is this much closer to actually happening. I'm putting up about a 2-inch gap between my hands.
Okay.
You guys can't see on camera, but Ingan, it's not impossible, especially if you're able to flank like Jome did and then say, how did he not use Darkness?
I have no idea.
We were off camera, so we didn't know. So apparently he still had Brilliance in.
Yeah, Brilliance as well. And at the same time, you mentioned this is the first time Jome used this in MPL. Okay, here comes the slash. It didn't connect. Might be an opening for Omega as they try to zone out the remaining members of RSG. Andoryu is here in the Lord Pit as well as Ira. It's going to be a Retribution battle, Retribution Rumble, and it's going to go to the Mechanic as he secures the very first Lord. Chaknu throws someone's going to go on to Kosei, but there's the BMI out. He is still alive. And RSG, just like that, no casualties, but they got the Lord.
The Raiders shout, Homoy Mao, as Kusei survives. He didn't even have his Purify cooldown. That was a miracle.
A miracle play, a miracle set. Despite Nibor missing that initial final slash, Ira doesn't care. He has the level advantage. He has the Hayabusa. He was able to retreat, and during that time, Kosei with a clutch BMI out despite the ejector coming in from Chaknu. And this is a push RSG really wants to maximize.
What was that, a 2-level gap at the time? Because again, Ira was 15. I would assume Andorio was at 13 before the affair ended. So still, RSG, that wasn't the biggest of margins of error, but they still played that Lord. They very well. And Shadow Kill! Oh, the answer, Tempest of Blades!
That was a good
Another close call.
That was a good bait out for the Tempest of Blades, especially. It's crucial for this push. Nibor has his flicker and the final slash. They can force out the clash here or just try to get the inhibitor turret as they bring down the top lane inhibitor turret. Omega clears out the Lord, and that's a level 1 Lord fully maximized by RSG.
I'm going to tell you now, Jose, I don't know if that was the right call because it looked like Omega allowed for RSG to take the inhibitor. Do you not agree? Because there was a lot of kit left in Omega that they could have bursted down the Lord before it took down the turret.
I mean,
some interesting decisions here.
They were really trying to, as much as possible, play safe because the Nibor final slash flicker is there. It's not going to connect once again.
You're right.
Might be an opening for Omega as Chaknu tries to go on light, but look at Endoryu though. Okay,
I don't think he should do this.
Okay, no.
You're right. Now in hindsight, yeah, maybe they're respecting Nibor's final slash.
Yeah.
That could definitely put them in much deeper trouble than a lost inhibitor. So far, so good here. RSG maintaining the chokehold onto the barangay. About 5,000 gold ahead here. 13.5 minutes in. Smart Mega should counter blessings. At least they're able to get their hands on their buffs. I've seen teams in much worse conditions.
Yeah, at least Endoryu still has a good KDA 210 and at the same time still gets his purple. But okay, when it comes to the 18-minute mark, that's when we say it's Omega time.
Which is about 4 minutes from now.
4 minutes from now. But then again, RSG was able to go head-to-head against Fnatic Onic for more than 20 minutes. Even though they lost that series, I'm pretty sure they learned a lot from that game. So we'll see, but here comes Irad.
That's true. You only really lose if you don't learn. And
agree.
I don't know if RSG learned against Fnatic Onic in the way that you have to beat Smart Omega. Looking at the items here, good news for the barangay. Jome has picked up on his farm. He's just like 200, 300 gold behind the Kusei. And I guess a majority of this 5,000 gold lead you see in mid and in the jungle, and hardly enough in the roam. Like Chaknu and Light, one is living like a king, the other is struggling.
Yeah. It's a matter of really the setups, not necessarily the damage, because we've seen Andorio and Jome go up against 4 members of RSG, but wait a minute. Here's a conceal coming in from Chaknu.
Oh, just the mere sound of a conceal pushes back RSG.
Okay. Still haven't reset the Lord here as Chaknu holds it on. Okay, it's going to be a matter of setups once again. In terms of damage, both teams are capable of bursting every single member down, but here comes the blitz from RSG as they get the Lord, and it looks like Omega didn't contest for it anymore.
That was a tough shuffle. I gotta say, RSG kept Omega in about an arm and a half's reach.
Yeah.
So Omega can see that they clearly cannot enter RSG's effective zone of engagement. But just the same, wait, what is this?
Oh, 2v2. Andorio with the Tempest of Blades. Here comes Light. Will be able to taunt him though. Finch Poise out, and Chaknu and Andorio remain safe.
Wow. That was this close. Again, I'm putting up about a half an inch between my gap.
Okay.
That was this close, folks. And now Omega have to defend against RSG's full-on wrath as they defend all 3 lanes, pushing in.
Just look at Nibor being the front line of RSG, and when they see Nibor, everyone's just scattering out. They don't want to get caught by the final slash as Ryota pops his Primal Wrath to make sure to burst down the Lord. 1 inhibitor turret left, and Irad is working on it. And now the base of Omega fully exposed as Nibor manages to find Ryota on his Primal Wrath form. But here comes the counter attack coming in from Omega. Bornok with a good cast of that skill. Jome goes after Aqua, shuts him down. That's 3 Raiders all of a sudden gone. And Andorio also brings down Irad.
Off camera, Andorio wins the anime battle. Dear Lord, RSG down to just about 1,000 ahead at 16.5 minutes. Omega found the clap back inside their base, the punish. They're taking their, and that's their second turret all game. Their second turret all game.
Omega timers is what you need to know. just making sure Omega capitalizing on the potential mistakes that their opponents can do. They have minions here as Nibor goes for the catch, paired up with a blazing duet coming in from Kosei. Lighto with AOG. This must be the answer coming in from RSG. They're going to bring down Ryota. Chaklu's the next target. He has the immortality. Nibor making sure to cut his exit route there as two members will fall down for Omega, and Doryu has to walk away here.
Oh. OMG, a little too bold. A little too... Oh, wait. He's caught up. He's caught up.
Here comes the delay coming in from Mendoryu. Might be able to take down Kosei, but Kosei with the Winter Crown as Irad finishes him off. It's just Shom and Bornok left. A defense of a lifetime is needed for the Barangay.
The Nightmare suffers his own mistakes, and now they're inside the base!
5 seconds before Ryota comes alive. Here comes the final defense, but Kosei says no, and RSG will take game 1.
Match point for RSG to continue moving forward with the dreams of the playoffs still alive. I gotta tell you now, man, a lot of interesting decisions coming in from Smart Omega this whole game. We'll throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan in just a bit. Rockhart Renmar gonna break down this bout.
All right, interesting decision. I guess that's kind of putting it lightly. That was a little cray-cray there.
Yeah.
Dude, what happened?
Yeah, quite shaky from the beginning. RSG Philippines, it felt like at times it was just them playing punish. Omega not getting the cleanest executions, or to put it in a more positive light, focusing on RSG Philippines, they were putting themselves in situations that if ever Omega wanted to try anything, they'd be able to counter very well.
And it's super funny because, you know what, Irad showed us exactly what we said during the draft.
Yeah.
This was the crux. This was the chink in the armor here for Smart Omega. Put so much pressure on that mid lane trio and make it so hard for Boreal to even shine this game.
Yeah, I'm usually more towards the thinking of, unless you're King Kong, pick the Hayabusa first, and then you pick up you let your opponents get the link. Especially when you have a team right now that are fielding in a new mid laner. Again, the mid laners are the most susceptible to the junglers, especially a jungler like a Hayabusa that can really just do this in the early game. And speaking of the early game, it all began from RSG Philippines. It was Omega rather, who forced a skirmish or pick-off attempt onto Light before the first turtle spawned. Because of that, Omega had to give up the first turtle because Andori was brought low from that attempt. When that happens, you give up the first turtle, you have to get turtle 2. So Omega decided to go for the second turtle. However, that got countered by RSG Philippines, and they lost even more. If you lose the second turtle, you had to give up the first, and you give up 3 deaths trying to get the second turtle. In Filipino MLBB, that means you lose the first 6 to 9 minutes of the game, maybe even longer. That's why it got to the point where it was RSG Philippines just in a comfortable lead until Omega, their forced team fights turned into better executions, and they were starting to punish RSG even more.
It did feel like the punish happened so many times over and over again without much of an answer, except for Andoryu on certain times, right? And it did feel like there was just no way around it except just to brute force your way into a fight. But then again, they don't have the tool, they don't have that front line to hold those brute force fights. If you fight it, you know what? This is your head.
Yeah.
You get bursted out pretty easily compared to a Gatot Gacha. And again, just Nibor doing Nibor things. This is that guy actually took me by surprise earlier.
Yeah, Nibor was an all-star in this game. His late flickers and final slashes, though it didn't always connect. It connected for most of the situations here in this game number 1.
Maybe 3 out of 4, maybe something like that.
Exactly, and which is why in that second turtle, it ended up becoming a big RSG win because Nibor was able to get a big flicker and final slash. Now, there's one thing that Omega did that actually brought this game close. There was a team fight before the first Lord that led to 3 members or so of RSG Philippines getting down. That brought Omega into the 30,000 gold threshold while keeping RSG Philippines within around 5,000. That is after losing a majority of the early game, going into the mid to the late game, that's a good sign for Omega to keep things close. That's why things were close. That's why Omega were able to contest the Lords. They were even able to hold out one siege there in the end to force RSG all the way back to their base. Again, it's just unfortunate that they were countered by a really good entry by the Gatot Kacha of Light, and Omega were caught a little bit diving. We're spending too much time in front of that first turret, last turret in the mid lane.
And after that happened, that Gatot Kacha dive, you know what? We were thinking, all right, nice try on the punchback. They thought they were gonna just go back all the way in, but then Andoryu decided, you know what? I want to make a play.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it. It's a really nice mindset to have as a pro player.
Yeah.
You have to go make a play. All the coaches we interviewed, they said, don't be afraid to make a play, right? That's their #1 rule. But that might have been a bit too much, in my opinion.
I questioned that too, but I understand what Andoryu was trying to do. He was just looking at cutting the wave. In his vision, all he could see was that, okay, Gatot Kacha left alone with the minion wave, but Light read it, and the rest of RSG Philippines read it. I agree with you, he should have gone back at that time. I know he was trying to cut the minion wave,
so that the push will come in slower.
So the push will come in slower. Hell, he even got a trade. It could have been really great. But at that point, it's just way too risky. It's more losses than gains than you will get in that situation.
And to be fair, I thought he was gonna pinch poise to like the mid tower, the walls. He was gonna pinch poise there. But I think he got caught somewhere on the exit after the Tempest Blades.
Yeah, and also it just looked like the dude was just focused on getting kills. I forgot which player of RSG Philippines he brought low, but he was able to bring someone low. And that scenario, he was just thinking, I think I'll just try to kill him.
I think he got one,
yeah,
but then he wanted to go for more.
Yeah,
so that's again, things don't always work out there in Land of Dawn. Sometimes you're in the heat of the moment, and you kind of understand you have to do something or else, you might lose out. And I guess nice try there for Smart Omega overall. And man, oh man, I just really wish they can try to adjust more, right? So anyway, don't forget, MPL Philippines Season 14 is brought to you by Infinix, and they are using the Infinix GT20 Pro to play right there in the arena. So don't forget to use that and try that out as well. You can go MPL quality right here right there in the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, official tournament phone. So who wouldn't want to play with the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14? I would. I would want to. Why don't you?
That's right.
Do it.
Thank you so much for the coming phone that we're going to use, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully.
I need a new device.
We want to get that. We want to get that MPL caliber phone. Now, for the meantime, we are going into game number 2. And I'm thinking, you know what? Exactly what we said was right. So much pressure is going to be put on the new guy in the mid.
Yeah.
Just put in like someone that cannot die.
Yeah. I agree with you there. I understood what and again, I favored the draft that Omega was going for. They had the Droid, sheer lockdown. Although it did mean that Chakna had to play a little bit more of a sacrificial role, as long as they get the pick. Most of the time, it should lead to instant -1 already for Omega. But RSG Philippines, it looks like they're not giving that. RSG Philippines look hell-bent today. So if you want to fight fire with fire, give Chaknu a tanky roamer, someone who can hold out a little bit longer after setting in their ultimate,
Maybe
and
the
then just play with the best.
Maybe the Gatot, Kufra, something like that.
No, I mean, we were looking for the Grok there in the end.
For the Grok, that would have been actually really good, but...
Yeah, a little bit more control, the wall,
I know what you mean. And again, make it easier for Chaknu to actually do the job. I feel like that's the goal here. So we'll find out if that's going to be happening later on. But let's go ahead, go back over to the MPL Arena. We're looking for Zephyresh's Loop and looking for the Index Salon Beauties. And if you're one of those, they're going to win an Index Salon merch. So that's really fun. I wonder who we have on the arena right now. Because I think that it's pretty rainy. So I'm actually surprised there are a lot of people on the arena right now.
Yeah.
And there you go. Wow. Really, really fresh, as you can see. And she's holding the C of the Chak.
Oh, is that a whole Chaknu sign?
Yeah, that's a whole Chaknu letter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's probably going to win it. Nope, nah. She's against the kid now.
Against the
kid should win it. If the kid doesn't win it, I'm walking out.
He's asking, what do we do? What do we do?
Come on.
I wasn't trained for this.
Are you really going to take a good prize away from a child and his mother? I'm out. I'm out. Didn't give a prize to the child. No, it's okay. I'm kidding.
It's part
Congratulations.
Of it. It's part of it.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, she deserves it, clearly.
She got the memo. She got the memo.
She got the memo. She was risen up the camera and all that. Good for her. Congratulations.
The kid looks like he's waiting for a very specific game.
Yeah. Clearly. He's waiting for a specific... Yeah, they're playing later.
He came very early, and
Yeah.
I
No,
love
but it looks like his mom is a fan of Omega, so that makes sense.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because there was like a moment where APBren and Omega were really besties.
Yeah,
So-
I feel like because of the results that they've had this season, I think that narrative still continues.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, I mean, remember, like, it started off Omega beating Falcons APBren, and then they were trading banter, so it's fun.
Yeah. And again, for all the super fans out there like that kid right there, it's time to go all in with your sport. So represent your your favorite teams here in the Philippines by joining the MPL Super Fans Community Cup right there. Scan a QR code, and you can get a chance to represent, like, you know, representing, just like the kid right there, representing your favorite teams. So scan the QR code, and maybe we'll get to see you play here.
Yeah.
And maybe we can look for the lobby, and maybe we can spectate.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
It's like another Fansik Laban, but this time it's brought to you by MPL Philippines.
That's right.
It's a Super Fans Community Cup. That's cool.
That's pretty fire.
Oh!
Substitution!
That's big, bro.
How do they do that in basketball?
I don't know. I
Something
forgot.
like that, right?
Yeah, I think this is the sub sign.
Yeah, so Bordock's out. And I assume Okiri is going to be in. There you go. Okiri is in. So, you know what? Maybe not the best fit yet for this one. I
Yeah.
guess they were expecting an RSG that might have been on the downtrend.
Yeah.
But this is a completely different RSG, so maybe I actually kind of agree with it.
Yeah.
It's funny.
You know, it's pretty ruthless by Omega. If I'm not mistaken, they're also still vying for a top 2 spot.
Yeah.
Like between them, Aurora, Liquid, Falcons.
We're not done with seedings yet, because I believe
Yeah.
only Onic is secured in the seeding.
Yeah, they're for sure secured top 1. We're still waiting to see who goes top 2. So yeah, that's a pretty ruthless move by Omega. Like, it's like RSG Philippines are doing everything they can to make it into the playoffs. Omega's like, we're already here, but we want more. We don't care if you guys want to make it to the playoffs. We're gonna play it like it's a playoffs.
I mean, that's exactly.
ruthless.
This is exactly the kind of RSG I want to see. And for Omega, yeah, you're pretty right. I guess that was a lot of pressure to put on the new guy. And they tried to make it work. I'm sure it worked in the scrims.
Yeah.
Somehow it didn't reflect. And we're going to have to wait and see if this Omega, this usual flavor of Omega will work out here on the draft for game number 2, where RSG is picking red side.
All right.
I am not the only one bound by these
Still gonna be the same sequencing as earlier. See if it'll be the same bands. So the Fanny Chode taken out by OMG. And they'll still take out the Matilda. I think this time around, if that's the case, are they still gonna rush the Link for Andorio, or maybe switch things up and this time go for the Hayabusa? If they're gonna switch something up, I feel like it's gonna be okay. If you're gonna pick up the Link now, pick it up now, but make sure you already get Chaknu's pick in the first phase.
That's right. Chaknu pick seems to be a great priority here. Unless they're thinking about Andoryu, who might want to pick up the Hayabusa after that performance.
Yeah. No.
Or they can still stick with the Link.
No, yeah, of course. It's, as I said, Link or Hayabusa is the first, but make sure in the first phase that the pick of Chaknu gets locked in already. So in the second and 3. So still the same priorities. Yeah, that's how you switch it up. You pick up the Chaknu pick now.
It's funny because I thought they could have gone for Gatot, honestly.
A Gatot
Maybe they could have rushed the Gatot just to make sure that, you know, just to make sure it won't get stolen, because it feels like Light wants to keep taking it.
Yeah. I mean, they'll still have the Tigreal available for Chaknu if they want to go for it, but
no, same draft.
They're still leaning into it. I think they're leaning into the idea now that maybe they'll just shift up the Jawhead pick later, or
rematch.
Yeah, really, maybe it's just them saying that, okay, the chemistry wasn't fully quite there yet with Bornok.
So this is round 2.
Yeah.
Literally round 2 with the same heroes, it looks like, right? Same bands. Oh my goodness, it's the exact same bands, bro.
Yeah.
I just noticed. Matilda band as well on third and High Loss. So
yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna do anything different here. That might be on the second phase.
Yeah, okay. In terms of the bans, earlier it was Aurora and Tigreal for RSG Philippines, and a Moskov and a Julian for Omega. So let's see if this is still going to stick around, or maybe this time Omega will ban out maybe even both the Julian and Haya.
Okay, it's still Tigreal. And I wonder if I would consider banning out the Hayabusa, honestly. I don't want to stick to the same one. 'Cause honestly, the Hayabusa does fare relatively weaker against a Lunox if you're trying to assassinate the Lunox. But we saw earlier, Ira does some crazy stuff with that hero.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man.
So they ban out the Julian first. They'll think about banning out the Moskov for Kusei. Because now that they know if it's not the Moskov, there's a Claude, there's an option. And they already know that they're going to be Lunox Golding here. So I think the safest bet really is to just ban out an Irad pick. Because you already know Kusei has a wide pool. That whatever you decide to pick, he'll always have something that's like equally just okay. If it's not the Moskov, it's a Claude. If it's not the Claude, it's the Moskov. If the RSG aren't feeling like going physical for their marksman, then they can go also Magic.
It also depends on when they want to spike. Moskov spikes a little earlier for some reason compared to the Claude now, or is that the other way around?
It's a little bit the same, except that Moskov is just less involved compared to Claude, because majority of Moskovs just go off in different in the far lane and just split push and then join with the Spear of Destruction.
Yeah, I guess more focused on the map. They're easier.
Yes.
They have easier access to the map, right?
Yes, sir.
Banning on the Claude means they're forcing or they're pushing back Kusei into his Moskov, which I'm sure he's going to be happy to do anyway.
Okay, so yeah, Moskov's still open.
Moskov's the pick, I think, honestly.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
it.
there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Of course it's going to be.
100%.
Oh, wait, Lolita's open though.
They kind of expected it.
Oh, it's a Belleric. Okay.
You know what's funny, Rep? I feel like the Belleric would have worked better earlier.
Yeah,
in game number 1.
Actually, you're right, yeah.
Oh, no, the AoEs would have worked so well together.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Anyway, what's done is done. We're going to see the Belleric anyways. I'm sure you're happy. And for this last pick, Haya is still the best. Belleric's more tanky, comparatively.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it. You just go Hayabusa. But I think Omega drafted in this scenario thinking about the Hayabusa, and now RSG Philippines is thinking twice about it.
Are we getting baited? They might go Lance, but that's also like
if it's not
a good
Assassin,
option.
they can lean Alpha Bane. But
It's still Haya.
It's still the Haya. It has
Yeah.
to be. But I think they were thinking about it. It's like, is this still going to be okay for us? Might be a little bit harder.
Yeah, because earlier it was a little hard, especially if Ling goes Tempest of Blades, especially if the Lunox goes Brilliant.
Yeah.
It's so hard to catch anybody, honestly.
Ooh. All right. I don't know. There's something about the cheesiness of seeing Belleric and Loyi together that makes me lean a little bit more towards that. And even our draft in the index thinks the same.
Yeah, I think Omega has a pretty good.
Yeah. Look at all those stats, dude. Early to late potential, damage potential, survival potential, all higher than RSG Philippines.
They do seem like they have it covered, right? For RSG, it's, again, you kind of have to make the picks happen for this lineup to work.
Yeah, make the picks happen. 100%.
Let's see if that's going to happen as we throw it over to the Land of Dawn. Let's see if RSG can take it. Caster's going there.
Ooh, yeah! Ukir is back for the Barangay in a shocking turn of events.
Welcome
with
to
RSG
Mobile
at
Legends.
match point. I'm pretty sure the coaches said, you know what? We can't risk it.
You can't. Again, the standings for Omega are at stake here as much as possible. You want to be closer to the upper bracket. And for RSG, this is a do or die match. Because right now, currently, Blacklist is ahead of them with 1 point.
Because of how week 6 went, and then week 7, RSG, they're not pulling out any of the stops. You see how very similar to game 1 this draft is? So they're going very clearly off of momentum. And as a momentum stopper, Chaknu brings out the Belleric.
Yeah. It's just Kosei with the Moskov instead of a Claude. And I do like this Louis Belleric combination. We've seen this earlier during the earlier weeks of this season, wherein Okir's gonna use the diversion just to send out Chaknu onto the backline, then cast that ultimate to make sure there's crowd control enough for the Barangay.
You can make like Groot, I am Groot, and then just let the rest of Omega rain down Heavenly Fire, which is going to come mostly in the form of magic damage, which is one of the main things that's irking me about Omega's draft. Again, you'll see that our stats, the index, will tell you that the stats should favor them. But looking at RSG and the way they played in Game 1, something tells me all they got to do is just follow that same path. They just have to play the same way, which could be a double-edged sword because Omega now understand that, hey, they're playing very clearly off of Nibor. Nibor has to hit the amazing final slashes from out of nowhere. Light can jump in AOG at any point. Irad is clearly a different beast today.
Yeah, super.
So, that said, you know, his MVP performance cannot be forgotten. Let's see how the tides have changed. Game 2, second turtle, I'm pretty sure Omega won't want to be a reactive team anymore.
Yeah, Irad really woke up good on the good side of his bed right now. And also, during game number 1, he had 3 kills early on, specifically onto Bornok. So Irad, if you want RSG to have a slight advantage, especially coming into the early game, he needs to be activated early. And a while ago, they got all objectives, I believe, game 1?
Yep, everything. Everything, not a single turtle or lord to the barangay. Turtles already spawned upper quarter of the map. You'll see here.
Okay, Chaknu's level 4.
Diversion, sending him over.
Okay, they're going to send out Chaknu. Here comes the movement speed, but look at Neighbor with the final slash catch, plus the Owiki Shadow Kill. Just the damage is enough for RSG, but Andoryu will still get the turtle as he uses Temples of Blades. AOG coming in from Light, but look at this. Aqua's going to fall down. Ryota, Okir, and Andoryu. A trade for the turtle, but RSG gets 3 kills.
Light's taunt just ruins everything for Smart Omega. I was staring at the fight in about 5 seconds and I'm like, wait, why aren't they dealing the right kind of damage? Why is it just Aqua who's at the verge of death and does eventually fall? Why is that the case? It's because mainly Light did his job. Light got a majority of kills. No, Aqua!
Oh, Jome bursts down Aqua once again. He just literally respawned.
Big J! Big J! That's a big meme, by the way, on social media. It's like me walking back to mid as if nothing happened. That's what Aqua did. And they sent Jome back down as well. Kusei is in trouble.
Okay. You just mentioned Omega was really reactive.
Game 1.
During game number 1 right now, they're dictating the pace, everything. Although RSG had a good start with the first turtle, Andoryu still was able to steal the turtle plus get a kill onto Aqua, but the problem was the response from the Raiders. And this time, Omega, in terms of pickoff, this is where you see Omega shine. They have a huge advantage in terms of early map presence because of Okir's Louis, because of the diversion. So this begs me the question, what happens when it comes to the second turtle? Will it be on the favor of RSG once again?
Oh, no. Best believe the second turtle is going to be about the same situation. Okir should try and throw Chaknu into an odd angle, but here's the thing. Omega has a better way of adjusting. Omega has all of the incentive to actually switch up their approach so that what happened in the first turtle doesn't happen again. So maybe this time find Irad sooner. Don't touch Light, like don't bother with him because he's just going to taunt y'all and then make that initiation null. There's an AOG. That should definitely help OMG though, right? Because it's an early AOG, shouldn't be up in time for this turtle.
Yeah. Plus, the beauty of this is Neighbor just picked up his Thunderbelt. Although he's not going to be part of this turtle clash potentially, but look at this Mega just suddenly bursting out the turtle as Chaknu zones out Light and Irad. Here is the threat. This is the threat of the Belleric compared to the Jawhead. Jawhead, single target. Chaknu AoE crowd control with the Wrath of Dryad. If both of these players from RSG just suddenly walked up there, Chaknu's gonna cast it right away.
Right? And he has all of the tools to even get out of there too. With their Vitalizing the Punch and Diversion into this little corner here. I wonder if Kusei knows. Oh!
Chaknu. Okay, the taunt's not gonna connect though. Okay.
What'd I tell you, right? Second turtle looked exactly the way I told you it was gonna look.
It went to the favor of Omega. But a lot especially helped with Jome's burst onto Aqua. That literally gave them a slight gold lead advantage. I believe it went up to 200. It switched to Omega's side. So Big J really doing big things as Ryota with the combinations once again. That's a huge kill onto Kosei's Moskov as they get a turret down bottom.
How about he does it again, right? I asked that same question. Does Kusei know? And apparently it's not a matter of if you know, but when you know they're going to strike. And Kusei didn't even get a chance to flicker out of there. So with that said, clearly Omega now in the driver's seat, 2,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes in. They could only have hoped and dreamed. Wait. All right, they could have only hoped for this to have been the situation in game 1.
But there's the diversion waiting for Irad as Andoryu cast the Temples of Blades.
He didn't even need Ukir and Chaknu.
Fellas, I appreciate the gesture, but the Curly Nightmares got this on lock.
Wow, we've been seeing a lot of anime fights between these two junglers, specifically Andorio and Ira, and finally someone died during that clash. It was always an almost kill. Both of these junglers always manages to escape, but this time, Andorio made sure the Wiki Shadow Kill wasn't there before he cast the Tempest of Blades, and all the Defiant Swords connect, bringing down Irad.
Which is odd. I think that was Ira just feeling himself a little too much because he pulled the trigger on the Wiki Shadow Kill sooner, and then I guess Andorio had minions to share the damage with him. So now, Final Turtle already spawned up. Look at this, Andorio's bothering Kusei this time, all the way down bottom.
Yeah. Doing best of the both worlds, gonna create a push down bottom, get the turret as much as possible, at the same time be right there on time for his purple buff and the turtle, as Omega controlling much of the... What do you call that? Wait a minute. Here comes...
On the battlefield!
Chaknu.
Checks in.
Okay. He hasn't cast yet the Wrath of Dryad, but 5 members of Omega are here to make sure to zone out RSG. Quad Shadow for Irad out. And again, no trade for the Raiders.
Amazing work here by the Barangay RSG, doing their best. And this time, the tables flip. Kusei!
Chaknu! What an amazing backdoor play! Cuts off the exit route of Kosei with a taunt.
And he didn't even get the flicker again!
Yeah, Chaknu didn't even use any of his battle spells.
That's how fast Omega's planning and communications were. Are now in game 2. 8 minutes in, they're about 4,000 gold ahead. And I thought, Jose, I thought that the turtle take, the denial of the steal from Irad would have been the icing on the cake, and here we go!
Here comes the diversion of the Barangay, bringing every member as they take down Irad. Light is the next target. Ryota will pick him up as Aqua tries to walk away. We've seen Omega send out Chaknu, but this time, the whole Barangay was present for that clash.
Call it an Omega bomb. They go into that bush all in, 100 to 10% full send. And all this while, bottom lane was getting pushed in. Like, that's where Andorio was about a minute ago.
Yeah.
During the pre-Lord take. And now, Omega have all of the time in the world. They have all of the lanes pushed in. Lord has, what, about 30 seconds to come onto the map. It's amazing how they've pivoted. I don't know if I can say right now if it's all Ukir. I think it's also just their mindset changed too.
Yeah, of course chemistry plays a huge part. I mean, they've worked on this 5-man lineup since the latter parts of last season. They gelled so well. And again, a big factor was Ukir, specifically his hero. Because those diversion plays, we've seen 2 good diversion plays from Ukir.
Him and Chaknu's hero.
Yeah.
It begs to be said that the Mamba is good on the Jawhead, but he's great on the Belleric.
And even Ryota, we have to commend Ryota because game 1, not a good game at all for Ryota. But game 2, his first flicker, Earth Shatter combination connected onto Kosei. So this time, he's feeling himself, really confident, making sure to get those crowd control. And the best part is Kosei has a flicker. So it's easy. It's an easier catch.
Easier. All right, folks, well, we're not saying that what Ryota's doing is easy.
Easier.
It's just more likely, and more often than not, he won't even get the press flicker nor his dash. That's been the story of this game so far, 10 minutes in. 0-2-0, the Kamai King, Kusei, cannot get away from Omega. Almost 100%. Whenever somebody's sent over to take him down, he just takes it. All the lanes pushing in now. Smart Omega. Almost 10K ahead. What? How did we get here? Almost 10K!
I mean, look at the map. All inhibitor turrets left for RSG, plus total dominance of the jungle minions here for Omega, specifically Andorio. And now the problem for RSG is Nibber played a good game during game number 1. But this game, even if he connects with the final slash, if Chaknu's part of that catch, it could go south for RSG.
Don't regret it.
There's
and
a diversion onto the back. And Chaknu hasn't cast its ultimate yet, but Jong goes in with Order and Brilliance and brings down Kosei and Aqua. Lord marching in light AOG just to delay Ryota, and Andorio brings him down. It's going to be a 4-on-2 battle. Irad, the mechanic, still alive, dishing out the shurikens as Omega works on the middle lane turret. Look at the damage coming in from Ukir though.
Irad has to walk away there. Luckily, their minions spawn, but Omega wants to end this game as quickly as possible. Nibor, Ira just trying to delay Kosei one more second before he respawns. They have minions, but Andoryu says no to Irad, and it looks like we are going to a game 3, but RSG still holding on.
The Raiders say not just yet. As Smart Omega clean up house, taking down the final turret up top. It's just a bare base left to RSG.
Okay, Jomes not yet in the picture as Ryota pops his Primal Rep to dish out the damage onto the minion. Shaknu using the Wrath of Dryad here. It's going to be a 4-on-4, but Barangay is really low here. Nibor.
Whoa!
Will he go for the catch? AOG coming in from light. Sends out the Omega home, but here's the diversion play to walk away.
Abort, abort!
Abort mission.
Not just yet. Smart Omega pushed hard enough, just enough to take down all the inhibitors and not get punished, all right? They lost Big J along the way, but looking at the situation right now, the items, the gold, that's more than 2,000 gold between Kusei and Big J. Former imports sent out from the MPL to spread the good word of our MLBB prowess. Now back home, showing the world once again why you gotta watch MPL Philippines. Kusei, again, still 100%, right? Like, whenever Omega sent somebody to take him down, this time it was Big J, there's nothing he can do. Would you, whoa. No, not gonna press it. Would you agree that maybe it should have been a Purify?
It should have been Purify. I mean, apart from the Ryota or Shatter onward combination alone is enough for most, not most technically, because gold laners here in the Philippines are so good, but it's enough for most people to actually resort to the Purify instead of the Flicker.
Why are you talking so soft right now?
Why? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right.
Because the game's so intense.
Are people online wanting us to just talk like casters and not shout casters?
Man, we have to shout because this game is amazing, especially if RSG manages to pull off a huge defense. Again, it's not impossible because Nibor, one catch could secure the job for RSG, but again, the question remains, if you catch Chaknu, will that actually benefit you or benefit Omega?
And here's the thing, Chaknu doesn't mind getting caught out. He's not even died once.
Oh,
and now he's gonna get sent back over again.
Again, delivery for Omega, Chaknu, but look at Jom onto the backline, sending 3 Raiders down to the base as Okir picks up another kill and Ryota tower locks. We are going to a Friday game number 3.
We're off to a banger already, just to open up day 1 of week 8. Is it just me, Jose? Is it just me? Or did it feel like a grand finals win as we just go to game 3?
Man, just look at the Omega fans screaming at the top of their lungs. Really happy seeing Omega perform at this level.
What? Is that a handmade tarp?
This is just week 8, guys, and these fans are already
Oh!
Whoa there!
This is why Barangay fans are some of the purest MLBB fans in the world. And the Raiders are now up against the corner. Let's throw it over to Davis, give the buy, and break down this game.
Barangay fans can really go insane. We can't do anything about it. We can't give a penalty then.
If they can do it, I can do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it, yo.
Yeah, but you know what? If you were a big Barangay fan, that's exactly what you would do, and that's exactly what you would say. Because it did feel like it was RSG who did slip up so many times over and over again here. We actually went into a 10K deficit around 10 minutes.
Yeah, not good. Not the timing that you want to have here. And it's really cool because of the timing of that. It looks like Jom was like pulling up the gun fingers next to his own head because of the framing. And yeah, hair flip from the Lunox gold lane, 3-1 and 3 for Jom. And you could really see that there were 3 main threats to the existence of RSG Philippines that I could tell they were just counting in their heads and looking out for every team fight. This guy, the Lunox, the Low E, they were watching where they were standing, and now they have a tanky roamer that they have to go up against. What you were preaching earlier, Rockhart, a tanky roamer for Chaknu makes RSG double think everything.
And it was a Belleric bomb over and over and over and over again until they could not get anything else done on the map. And Andoryu could do anything he wanted, even go for a 1v1 with Irad, and he made it look so easy.
Yeah, but we have to credit RSG Philippines for winning out the first turtle of the game with a big win. They won a 3-for-1 trade in the turtle, but what happened was Omega got that back right away by being able to get a solo kill onto Aqua in the mid, which meant that for like the next minute or so, Omega just hovered around the mid and controlled every rotation that RSG Philippines wanted to do. They kept showing up in the mid lane, they kept blocking off the river access of Light, which blocked off the river access as well of Irad, which led to then Omega being more comfortable making movements around the map and in the lanes. And again, one of the main reasons they can do that is because they have a tanky roamer that is just a threat to everything RSG wanted to do, and they have the low Yi to roam around the map quickly alongside the Ling.
They had very little uptime combined with just the bare speed of a Beleric to get into a fight, plus, of course, the diversion. And again, because of that, Jom he felt more confident. He felt more at ease to actually take these dives, where earlier he was, I guess, he felt more hesitant to do those because of the composition as well.
Yeah, and I think now we see here the difference between Bornok and Ukir. Bornok, understandable, it's his debut. He will play second in Commander, just second to Chaknu's rotations. While it looks like in this game, Ukir, especially with the low Yi, is more proactive, more bold to make moves around the map, saying, hey, I'm gonna go commit my ultimate here, Jom. I'm gonna send you there. You have the Ling going down to the bottom lane anyway. Let's see if you can pressure Kusei. Hey, I'm gonna go here. Chaknu, I'm gonna send you here. Get ready, front. And because of that, having a more proactive mid laner stops what RSG wants to do. In game number 1, RSG had a very proactive jungler against a more passive mid laner. Now, when you have a very proactive mid laner that you're up against as a Hayabusa, you're double thinking everything.
And that's exactly what happened. I think Irad double think a lot. Double thunk?
Double thought.
Double thought a lot.
I like double thunk.
Double thunk a lot. And they double thought a lot of the scenarios here. Even in the very end, second guess.
Second guess. There we go. Thank you.
Movement.
Thank you.
Even in the very end where he pulled off the shadow kill super duper early.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That barely made a mark. And again, maybe it would have been better if maybe he cast it in the middle of a fight where everyone's going crazy and the rest of the team could actually pile in. Those small moments actually do make or break a game. Actually, I was thinking maybe, you know what? Maybe RSG can do an Omega. Exactly what Omega did in game number 1 where they punched back right inside the base. And then take it after that. But you know what? None of that happened. And we did see an Omega victory. And it was more decisive. I felt Andoryu go ham like minute 3 right after that first turtle that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Right after that was just non-stop Omega game.
And now Andor's performance is making me think about my whole statement of wanting to prioritize the Hayabusa over the Ling. And again, it seems like the key really is just make sure that his aggressive links or good links are paired up with proactive mid laners. Maybe that's also one of the secrets as to why Fnatic Onic Philippines has succeeded in how Ling Kong has succeeded, you know, with using that hero, because Super Friends is a very proactive mid laner.
Funnily enough, you know what? They also like these exact hero picks.
Yeah.
Except for Beleric. We're not talking about that. Onic actually used some of these hero picks a lot.
Yeah.
That's why we call him Ling Kong. And that's why you also got to ban out the low Yi against these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Those guys, rather. So, you know what? The meta really is starting to shape itself up, and I really hope that Beleric becomes a mainstay, because watching Beleric games can be really fun. And on the other side of the roam, I'm seeing why the Gatot kind of fell off before, because once you commit to the AOG, that's it. If you mess up, if they dodge that and they go and gank on you, you're going down.
Yeah, that has to be an instantaneous combination. One of the biggest threats of the Gata Kacha is, being able to use the enhanced basic attack and being able to combo his skills together. If he can't do that, then a Gata Kacha is a sitting duck. That's why it's equally important that Nibor also goes in with the final slash. That's why they were able to win that first turtle. Nibor had a very good final slash. But as the sequences went on, Omega were just dealing with it a little bit better, and it looked like they were counting the skills of Nibor more, because they realized after game 1, after that first turtle, it's like, yo guys, Nibor's on fire today with his Arlaw. We gotta respect him.
And again, calling where Nibor is mostly does rely on the shot caller. Like that we're talking about there. The Ukir definitely more decisive, especially if we're basing it off of game number 2.
Yeah.
Right? So, about you guys, do you think that might be enough for Omega to actually just complete the reverse sweep here? I'm not counting it out at all right now, because it's like a really big ask of RSG to swing back big after that game.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a difficult task.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big draft resequencing for RSG Philippines.
No more rematch?
If it ends up, yeah, no more. Hopefully, hopefully it ends up. If it ends up in the case where it's Omega Blue side again,
yeah,
RSG Philippines are going to have to change up one ban to recontextualize what they want to do. They have to choose between taking out the Phobos or the high loss.
Which they have been very adamant in doing anyway.
Yeah,
right?
they've been taking out both.
The other side has been very adamant as well to do that. So, in any game that has Chakno in it, I think Hylos is gonna get banned out after that miracle performance.
Yeah,
so
I
I don't know if that's gonna make an appearance here. But then again, Omega has to think of alternatives here, right? They can't just keep doing. RSG has to think of other alternatives, right?
Yeah.
If they have to be ready for anything, that Belleric, I believe he got banned out as well a few times a few weeks ago, so not out of the question.
Yeah, I'm also not going to doubt the possibility that we might see a return of the Akai Rome. We saw it last week. Brusco was able to get a win out of that, and it's one of the responses to the Tigreal pick. It makes Assassins think twice about entering, even with Claudes, going up against Claudes. So that might play into a factor, especially for Omega.
And Akai is actually really great against heroes like the Ling as well.
Yeah.
You know what? Just counter it out. Again, don't knock it till you tried it. Especially right now where I feel like there's just so many fights are happening many compressed team fights. You know what? Why not?
Yeah, in a meta that has a lot of assassins, that means there's a lot of diving heroes. Heroes want to join in the fray. That's
Straight in
why,
your face.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Tigreal and the Belleric are shining right now. Why Belleric came up, why Gata came up. It's because that's where we're in right now. And one of the roamers that counter strongly against that, especially against countering against an Arlot, also as well, it's an Akai.
Yeah, Tigreal got banned twice in a row here.
Yeah.
So
we might not see the light of the day of that hero. If someone gives that means something's brewing.
Let's go. And again, these are one of the reasons why the drafting's so fun right now, right? In the MPL Philippines. I don't know who's your favorite pick, guys. For me, obviously, I feel like the Belleric is super underrated right now. Combined with some heroes like the Carmilla, so many things can really happen.
Oh yeah, Carmilla for sure. Yeah, that one too.
So let us know. Let your voices be heard, and of course, join us in celebrating achievements of our teams, our players, and our coaches. We have the Alamat Awards coming up. Voting period is starting from October 10 to 15, and it's happening in the MPL Philippines websites. If you think Chakno deserves another one, I'm just kidding. I don't know if that's a thing. If Chakno deserves another one, or you know what, who else is legendary here in this one? Maybe Light finally can shine. I think he's done being in the shadows despite being Light.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who do you think is the most underrated? The guy that deserves to be a legend. We're talking about the Alamat Awards, and all of those are happening on the MPL Philippines website. Check it out now. ph-mpl.com/ I would say awards or Alamat. I don't know. Check it out.
Just to be safe, just go to the
just
MPL
go to the
Philippines
website.
Yeah.
ph-mpl.com. ph-mpl.com. Go ahead, check it out right now. Maybe there's the most underrated hero of the week. Of the season?
I don't know the full categories.
No, we're kidding.
A lot of all-stars, fan votes.
Yeah. So right now, we are going into game number 3 very, very soon. And Omega going on the blue side this time around. Am I going to be surprised to see a Ling on first pick again?
There needs to be shakeups, man. There needs to be shakeups in the banning pattern here of RSG Philippines, more
Right?
importantly, yeah.
We need to see some shakeups, because if this keeps happening, if we see another rematch, Omega just might actually take it out.
Yeah, because like right now, Omega, I'm all for the bans that they committed. Fanny Cho, Matilda. For RSG Philippines, I agree with you. If they should not give the high loss to Chaknu. But then again, with the high loss open, Omega first picking, it might be a little bit risky for them, but it seems like that's their comfort, and sometimes they do go for that they're willing to first pick the high loss right away.
You know what's funny? Tigreal actually gets banned on second phase. So maybe if you want to go Tigreal, you do it on first.
Yeah, you go a little bit earlier, right?
Right? Because aside from that, there's just no other way that Tigreal is going to make an appearance here on second phase. So do it maybe as a third pick, if you really want to do it. But then again, maybe Omega's ready for that as well. So scary.
Lots of permutations to go through. And let's see if RSG Philippines will be the one determining the tempo of the draft by changing their last draft ban here.
It's still Hylos.
It's all still the same.
Same.
They're leaning in. So now Omega are going like, do we really want to, guys?
Is this a trap?
Just go to the Ling again?
It sounds like a trap, but it's also relatively harmless to maybe pick up a Ling here, because Andorio has proven he can play it in so many different scenarios and do it with style. That's like a thought first.
Oh, now that's a swerve.
It's funny because that's exactly what I said. You know what? Just go for Gatot first pick. If you really want to get the Gatot, this is how you do it. And they do it. Oh my goodness, Omega.
Oh, great call by Omega.
You're making me laugh, man.
Yeah, now it forces RSG Philippines into a more uncomfortable scenario where they're like, wait, this isn't part of the script.
We were going to get the Gatot, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's what they were thinking, maybe.
I think this is also one of the calls by Omega saying like, give it at whatever, we're okay.
It's funny because you see Light, he's clutching his head like, really?
Yeah.
He feels like he's pressured by this.
Go ahead and take it. I mean, he still has a lot of options later on. They can still go for the Arlot and then maybe the Tigreal as one of their picks later. So they do go Arlot Moskov. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a Tigreal third pick for Light, considering that they already got their gold. For Omega now, let's see if they go ahead and pick up the Lunox again, or they can go Lunox Ling.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, I agree.
Lunox Ling or Lunox Haya. Since it seems like Job is comfortable going up against it. Yeah,
That's
Lunox
exactly
Ling.
what they pick up.
Go Tig. Come
on. These are the picks that you get if you're super confident.
Yeah.
Right, with your laning and your I guess your muscle memory from the previous game. There's a Julian which has been consistently getting banned out. I don't know why you sigh there. What do you think about that?
I mean,
is that less than optimal?
I'd rather that they prioritize their roam hero, but I do understand why they wanted to go for the Julian. Again, Julian's ganks at level 3. He has a level 3 power spike. That's how fast he gets his spike. If he gets an early kill, gets his item quickly, he's a one item spike kind of guy with a combination that he can dish out. So that's them already locking in their main bridge into the mid to the late game, because Julian's an early game hero type of guy.
That's
It'll
right.
just now fall to Omega to not give a really good roamer for Light. And I like how RSG Philippines is respecting Ukir here. Now let's see if they'll go for the double respect. If they can go for a low Yi Faramis or a low Yi Vilya ban, that might be a possibility here. But we also don't see Aqua's hero, and Valentina and Faramis are two strong options for him, which RSG Philippines might consider.
You know, it's funny because you're right. I feel like the Faramis did get banned out earlier, and the Valentina right now. And I think if you are RSG, I would not be surprised if you just focus on Nokir. Just ban out his very wide pool and very effective matchups.
I think in this scenario, they might be more willing to give a Vexana to Ukir or the Aurora. I would not give the Faramis to Omega.
Yeah, for sure.
RSG might lean into picking that fourth, but the thing is they're already up against a Gacha. There's a lot of strong heroes that can mess up what Faramis and his team want to do, so that might not even be an option, and they might lean more towards the more traditional mid laners.
So cool to see Omega fans just so happy, and on the other side, it's like everyone's praying for RSG.
Yeah,
they do need the win. They need the dub
again
for their playoff.
Yeah, if they don't win the series, they 100% need to win their final game of the season against Aurora later in the week. Well, tomorrow.
That's why tomorrow we're gonna find out so much. Tomorrow is gonna be the lock-in period.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, we're gonna see tiebreakers need to happen. So again, that is a discussion for another moment. And you do see a Jawhead get banned out.
Ooh.
Not the one I was thinking about.
Okay, they're more willing to ban out the pick-off aggro style, and I think they're really just respecting how Light can be so annoying with that hero. That is the most picked roamer for RSG Philippines this season.
Yeah, and the Cho also gets banned out pretty early on.
Yeah.
So huge focus on Light, and you can see why he's getting pressured a lot.
Yeah.
Because when he does get pressured, RSG seems to falter quite a bit.
Yeah. So is it Faramis? Yep, it is. She mentioned earlier, so I think it's going to be a Faramis Tigreal later for RSG Philippines.
Big deny pick as well. Love that.
This mid has to be on Aurora or a Vexana. Oh wait, no, they have the Gacha Lilia combo already locked in. They can't go for that. But the EXP lane for Ryota is what's missing.
That's right.
They might just opt to go to Rizzle or maybe even EXP Ruby.
Export? EXP Ruby, yeah, that sounds more likely, honestly. And right now, obviously, Lilia is great because you can just blow people up in the Netherrealm and they'll just go out of it. Then they don't have anything else for the fight.
So yeah, Lilia to Rizzle or Lilia Ruby.
There's a Lilia and Terizla. Export. Grok?
Oh!
Wait,
Grok.
is this Grok?
I think it's a Grok XP. All the Groks we've seen so far in double tank lineups that are like this are EXP.
Interesting. All right. I wouldn't put it past Chakna to pick up the Grok though for this one.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's a possibility still.
And now RSG. You got thrown a pretty big curveball there. Don't know if you expected that.
Just don't pick the Ruby. The Ruby is going to struggle hard here. Just pick the Tigreal. But the problem is, what you're going to catch, it's like you're just going to be waiting for the link to go down.
Everyone's slippy.
Yeah, everyone's slippery.
Kaja? It's too soft.
Too soft. No, I'd rather go for something really tanky. Huh?
It's a Rome. It's a Rome Arlot. It's a Rome Arlot. Oh no! It's
what?
Rome.
Rome Khalid.
Are you
Okay.
sure?
I was thinking about this, but in my own personal playtest, maybe just because I suck at the game, like it's not
As a
working.
Rome, as a Rome.
As a Rome, it's quite hard.
It's so squishy. I tried it as well before, like way before, like not right now.
It's annoying, 100%.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
early on you can get some pretty early ganks.
Yeah, that's gonna be a Thunderbelt Rush. For sure, that's Concussive Blast. Could be an easy pick. Lineup rating is heavily favoring RSG Philippines here.
Because of the big curveball that they threw.
And I get it because the mid laner doesn't really have an interrupt that messes up the
quicksand
heal.
guard.
The quicksand guard, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Conceptually, I don't know.
There's so many things. Throw it over the casters. Maybe they can continue the frame.
We're also just as flummoxed as y'all gentlemen, seeing a Khalid roam
Welcome to
in the
Mobile
hands
Legends.
of RSG as they fight for tournament life to make it into the playoffs. Game 3, the final game in this best of 3 between the Raiders and the Barangay. Leo Eningan bringing you the action. You know I've been spamming Khalid, right?
Yeah. You?
A lot of people have been telling me, hey, Leo, try it in Rome, try it in Rome. Little did I know we would see it Friday night.
Man, if anyone can pull this off, it's going to be Dylan. It's going to be Light. Light has been a huge, huge veteran here in our league. And we all know the capabilities of a Khalid in terms of the early game, especially the first 5 minutes. We can expect a more aggressive kind of playstyle coming in from RSG. And that's what they actually did when they won Game 1.
I wish our esteemed analysts in the FaceCap could have broken it down, but as the match continues, maybe we can try and, figure out exactly why Light picked up the Khalid, or why RSG, of course, through the guidance of their coaches as well, said yes to this. Look at the build, look at the emblems, right?
Yeah.
Instead of Thrill, he picks up the extra
Wilderness,
health.
yeah.
Extra health, Wilderness Blessing, and the Concussive Blast. So, sure, maybe you do rush a Thunderbelt, but something tells me maybe they build them a little chunkier. Maybe they focus more on just defense.
Maybe that's where Aqua comes in. I mean, you have a very mobile, very versatile roamer with this Khalid, but paired up with the Netherrealm, he's going to get chunkier and chunkier.
That's right.
So it might be a good strategy for RSG, but again, here comes Andoryu.
Kosei!
Kosei is the target. Might fall down because 3 Barangay members are there to bring down Kosei.
All right, just a little bit of continuity, right? In Game 2, we said, hey, maybe Kosei should have rocked the Purify. Here he did, he still died.
He still died. I mean, that was 3.
Sure.
That was 3. And against the Ling, your Purify is...
Gonna do very little.
Yeah, it's not gonna do as much as possible.
Oh, look at this. Look, wow!
Okay.
Already, the turtle down to a 5th.
Oh, but there are 4 members of Omega here in Andoryu. Right after killing Kosei up top, secures the first turtle. Making Omega get a 1K gold lead. Wow.
Curly Nightmare on point. Again, what happened in Game 1, forget about it. This is Game 3. I'm a different beast.
And the best part is Light just went to level 4 just now. So you know RSG is really behind. And the question is, are we sticking to the curly nightmare mode?
I like it. It works. You translate it, it works even better. I'm here for it. All right, so with that said, Smart Omega now, I personally think what they're doing here is the right thing. They're not caring about Light. They're not caring about Khalid. One of the reasons why I think the Khalid got greenlit by RSG is because, look, for them to stop the quick sand guard, they have to commit 3 things.
Yeah.
Chaknu, the ult on Nandoryu, and Ryota.
Yeah.
Save for that, he can just quick sand guard free.
Yeah, easily.
Willy-nilly.
Yeah, and the beautiful part for Omega is they're really trying to avoid where Light is. That's why they keep rotating onto Kosei once again. Seems like it's a replay of what happened during the first minute. But here comes Light though. Okay, we've been seeing most of the rotations coming into the XP lane the past few days, but this time we need to avoid the Light. We can't go towards the Light.
And it's not even just towards the Light, it's bear down on Kusei. Take away that late game insurance, take away the mojo of your opponent's goal. Oh, and they're doing exactly that. They're just walking away from the Khalid.
Again, avoiding wherever initiations might come from RSG. Here comes the pull coming in from Aqua. Is not going to commit it though. And the best part is, if ever this reaches the late game, if RSG manages to extend the game, they're going to have a hard time trying to burst down the crystal because Ukir has the Lilia.
They can defend all day. Not just the Lilia.
Wow!
Oh, no! The flicker!
What a catch from Ryota! Commits the Wild Charge Flicker combination paired up with the AOG coming in from Shaknu. Here comes the defense. Here comes Aqua. Nibor as well. Spear of Destruction will connect. More members of RSG trying to go for Chaknu here as he tries to walk away. Nibor with the stun. Raging Sandstorm going to be committed. Here comes Ryota as well, trying to soak up the damage. Adoryu with the Tempest of Blades going right after the backline. Nibor is still alive. But is his offense going to be enough though as Ryota brings him down? That was an ambush from the Raiders, but Omega answers right back.
It seems like it's Omega who's playing with the Netherrealm. It's Omega who's rocking the quick stand guard. Not a single one of them fell in that exchange. Not a single one bit the dust after that prolonged team fight. And now 5 minutes in, they get all the kills. They get the first turret. They get the first turtle. And they're calling all the shots. Let me tell you now, in my experience playing the Khalid in XP, in XP, it's kind of counterproductive for the opponents to run away from you. You kind of feel like, hey, guys, why don't you want to play with me? I can only imagine the frustration in Light now, thinking, I'm fast, but I'm not fast enough to chase everyone.
Yeah, even as the Wilderness Blessing, so he's trying to really catch someone. But Omega doesn't want to play.
Exactly. This is a stroke of genius. Again, Omega understands, Omega knows that this is how the Khalid works. And by denying him one of his main strengths, now RSG's like, so what do we do now?
Yeah. I mean, they're avoiding trying to gank up on RSG, but here comes the gank onto Aqua, led by Chaknu and Ukir.
It's anywhere but where Light is. And now Light has been left playing the pacifier. It's an old Vin Diesel movie, if you don't remember. Just babysitting Kusei because Kusei's already died twice.
When you're feeling low, like what Kosei is feeling now, he literally went to the bottom lane instead.
That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. You watch that movie. You watch that movie.
Because Omega, okay, I thought that was a diversion. It was a recall.
You're remembering game 2.
Yo, what? But Ryota remembers how to use the Wild Charge Flicker combination. The Shaknu goes in with the AOG. Again, Kosei's going to fall down. Here comes Devordo. Oh! Final Slash will connect as Aqua uses the Netherrealm up against 4 members of Omega. They're in between 2 turrets, but Omega doesn't care as Endoryu steals away the purple buff.
Grand Theft Purple, highway robbery, straight in the face of Erad, and now he sandwiched me 3!
Okay, here goes the Tempest of Blades for the catch onto Erad. Erad's gonna fall down. Here goes Spear of Destruction though. Andori still standing tall as Light tries to go right after him. And just like that, Omega now has a 4.4k gold lead.
Wow. About a minute ago, I was about to say, RSG, they're fine. It's more of an EXP gap, and less of a gold gap, and more just the kits from Omega and their aggression. But now, at 5,000 gold ahead, 7 minutes in, there is a large gap, light years between them now, between the kit that Omega has, their items, and as well RSG's economy.
Yeah.
The fact that Kusei died 3 times and there's not a single kill, not a single objective, not a single turret that RSG have to their name means Omega are, whoa, wait. This is just for the wave, all right. See, they're even committing ults now just to make sure that the map doesn't further go blue.
Yeah, they're really rushing things as much as possible. They want the lead of Omega to dwindle down before the first Lord comes in. They want to be able to contest. And still props to Irad. Just 2 level gap between the two junglers. Now make it 1. So as much as possible, RSG are able to manage the economy.
I tell you now, Ian, that's still pretty bad. I mean, the fact that it's just 2 levels.
I mean, it's not the worst scenario.
Barely 1. You're counting blessings at this point, right? Aqua gets caught, pulls one in.
Another one. And Omega didn't even plan to commit on that clash, but they forced out the Nether Realm.
They did.
Right before the first Lord. This is a huge win for Omega as he tried to burst down Ukir, but just one Black Shoes. All of a sudden, look at the life of Ukir. They burst down in Nibor. Who's going to get the kill? It's going to go on to Endoryu. Light charges with a quick sand guard here. It looks like Omega going to have an uncontested Lord.
Clean for Omega. I could have sworn Ukir was playing with a Purify. You see how he got caught by the...
Wild charge.
Well, no. Ukir getting hit by the final slash and still getting away with a Black Shoes. Really? Most other Lilias, most other mid laners at this point in the game would have gotten bursted down by 4 opponents.
Yeah.
He's still got the Black Shoes.
Even if RSG had the Nether Realm, it looks like Ukir has his own. Literally.
He's got an Agimat from where I come from.
Agimat.
It's a Filipino talisman.
Oh, that's how you translate it.
It's an Agimat. Keeps him alive.
Okay,
and now Omega's gonna make another one by Royota!
The layering of skills from this team is just too amazing. I mean, that's 2 ultimates connecting. And a double kill, a 2-kill, a takedown for Omega as they try to work on Irad. They still have the Lord up top. And did you see how the AOG was just casted to perfection, complemented Ryota's wild charge flicker?
I didn't see it.
Why?
It happened too fast.
It's too fast.
I didn't see. I saw the aftermath, but no one saw the setup. To be a fly in the wall of that room where it happened, where they made the call together, synchronized. They're like Jaeger pilots from Pacific Rim. They're drift compatible. They're in each other's heads.
Literally, as Endoryu goes in, Temps of Blade all of a sudden, Kosei goes down. Wasn't enough time even for the Nether Realm to save Kosei here as Aqua tries to walk away.
They're in too deep.
Jomo too deep. Sandwich got taken down by Aqua here. So that's the very first kill of RSG as Ryota accepts his fate just now in a double kill coming in from Aqua.
All right, to be fair, they went too far. They were in too deep. There were turrets and there were minions, and at 10 minutes in with 5 opponents alive, I think Omega, bit off more than they could chew. But as it is, in a moment like this, with this kind of momentum, I wouldn't blame him. But still, RSG punishes Omega hard. Take it down Ryota, take it down Big J. I think this is a clear sign for the Barangay to just take it easy.
I'm just curious to what the comms were like during that moment.
During that dive?
Yeah, when Ryota got stuck there in the base of RSG. I'm wondering what Chakna was saying that time.
I think I would be more interested in the call after, of them just standing there. Not how deep they went in. I'm pretty sure that was just unintelligible screaming. Yeah. But while they were standing where the magic ward is, I would the flare, right? So this is it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it. But again, Omega can't afford to have those mistakes, especially with the leaders they've established. But again, it was also costly because the 10K gold lead of Omega just suddenly became 6K. So they really can't afford to make those mistakes.
Exactly.
Especially the Lord, the second Lord, will now respawn in 10 seconds. And they weren't able to take down an inhibitor on RSG's side.
Yep, almost snapped in half. So Smart Omega now doing the smart thing, working back on the waves, making sure that they're all pushed up on their half, but not too far up so that there's less resources flowing into RSG, and they get that free Lord, which, again, this is the second Lord, and the second Lord, and it's still unenhanced.
Unenhanced.
It's a baby Lord, it's a purple Lord.
It's fast how they just suddenly bursted down the Lord. Actually, I like to go back on Omega's decision to not go for the third turtle.
Yes.
Instead, they just waited for the Lord to spawn.
Made it the earliest Lord possible.
Earliest Lord possible. Again, they could afford to do that. RSG, as much as possible, won't really try to go for a turtle or try to go for a trade. And Omega just said, let's just wait for the Lord. Yeah. Let's not go for the turtle anymore.
Yeah, the fact that time was on their side and the map was on their side allowed for them to make that kind of decision and amplified even more the returns that they got, which they threw out in that single sequence as they went too deep in. But now, Smart Omega is still far ahead. Again, 8,000 gold here. Ryota picked up the blade, man. He picked up the blade of Heptases. I think even Nibor will have to think twice.
You know, one wild charge power of nature combination for Ryota can burst down the squishy heroes of RSG as they burst down Inhibitor up top. Gonna be a huge defense for RSG again. Their playoffs line, life is on the line here. As much as possible, they want to get a win onto Omega. And now, okay, this is the problem again for RSG. Who do you catch at this point? Because we've seen Okir got caught up by ultimates, just Black Shoes, he's fine.
Yeah.
How about Joe with the Order and Brilliance?
I think it's the same amount of layers you gotta go through. AOG!
Speaking of layers, the layers are connecting here for Omega, but again, the inhibitor turret is still there. That's why they're gonna bring down Ryota. But here comes Jome answering right back onto Aqua. Aqua's a passive though, so he's now spawned. Tempest Blade and Doryu chases after Irad and brings him down, but gets caught up by 3. And Kosei finally gets a shutdown, working onto Chaknu here as he pops the Revitalize. Spear of Destruction is gonna connect, but a counterattack coming in as they bring down Light. It's gonna be a 3-on-2. They have minions onto the bottom lane. Will Omega finally get a win onto RSG? Whoa. Look at the burst from Aqua! Oh. Manages to find one and bring him down. It's just Kosei left with the Winter Crown coming in from Chaknu.
Him against the world!
They don't have minions though!
And he defends! Successfully, Smart Omega sent out of RSG's base. RSG still alive!
That was a clutch spawn from Aqua with his passive, even though Jome was able to bring him down 3 seconds in for him to stay to become alive once again. He was the only one defending for the Raiders, and now they are able to extend the game.
Jose with the sheer amount of minions and bodies walking into RSG's base. Best believe Aqua will be stacking up on his passive faster than you can say RSG need to defend. He's got the passive, that's it. See, I told you. So with that said, RSG
good heads up play, Leo.
Can play. Never, don't try me. So RSG can. Here's my guess. Maybe they don't contest. Maybe they try to turn after the Lord take, but they shouldn't be deep into the pit. Not like this.
I agree. I think they need to utilize the Kosei split push here, but again, the threat of Andoryu is just too much. You know, Andoryu's gonna literally try to look for Kosei. His priority isn't the Lord. It's really Kosei. So what do you do if you're a Moskov? Will you split push or will you join the fight? Will RSG just try to contest for this third Lord?
Well, they're trying. They're showing themselves. Kosei defending in mid. Lord now down to a 4th of its health, a 5th, a 10th, and that's it.
Okay, and just like that, Omega secures the Lord. AOG, they want to continue the fight. I think they're not going to wait for the Lord anymore as Andoryu brings down Light.
And just 2 seconds off his flicker too. I don't know if he would have survived, but now it's off of cooldown.
Yeah, at least he still has his flicker for a potential final defense.
In 20 seconds, 25.
In 25, they have minions here into the middle lane. Inhibitor might go down here for RSG. Chaknu just charging the taunt here as Ryota has the wall. They don't have minions. RSG are able to clear that. And it looks like Omega will wait for the third Lord.
All right, they have time. They have time. That's a slow pushing Lord up top. Again, the only inhibitor left for RSG is that mid lane. And RSG, they have a hard decision. Again, the aforementioned split push dilemma. Do we send Kosei off to where maybe... Whoa,
okay.
Flicker!
Oh no!
Nibor!
That was the catch RSG really wanted. Now it's a go signal coming in from Omega. They burst down Ira, Tempest of Blades, NetherRealm even unbothered for Omega as they try to work on the remaining members of the Raiders. And it looks like a triple kill coming in from Jome. And Omega will bring down the Raiders.
A turn of events none of us expected. Bornok's debut, a reverse sweep, and RSG holding on for dear life. Barangay Omega with a 2-1 victory.
That was a clean game from the Barangay. Redemption really won the Retribution Rumble between two mechanically gifted junglers in the form of Irad and Andoryu. But again, Omega won against RSG.
All right, so tally for Retribution Rumble was a close call because the last time they met, you know, Rockhart and Rem were talking about
2-0.
it was a 2-0, right? This time, Omega just continues. Omega just showing us what they worked on in the off-season, and now it's RSG who will take their bow here. GG, well played. Woo. But I think now their fate is out of their hands.
Yeah. the opposing team Blacklist. And of course, Omega standing tall once again adds another point to their current standing. I'm not even sure where they're ranked right now.
I'm pretty sure the race for second place is still up there. We'll throw over to Manakino on stage. She's with Smart Omega for their post-match interview.
All right, MPL Arena. Pag sinabi kong bagong barangay, isigaw Omega. Bagong barangay! Congratulations, Smart Omega. Borno, kailangan kausapan ka namin because debut mo sa MPL. How is it like for your first MPL game? Nakatapa ka na dito sa stage. Kasama mo pa si Kuya. Kamusta?
Okay lang po, masaya.
Masaya, syempre. Okay, tingin ka sa camera para makita ka nila lahat. May mga tips ba na binigay sa'yo si Kuya Chakno?
Opo. Di lang masyadong gumana kanina.
Ano ba yung mga sinabi niya sa'yo?
Ingat lang sa mid tapos una lagi sa pag-show ng wave ng clips.
Pero you had fun. You had fun.
Opo.
Yes, of course. Si Chakno naman gusto ko marinig kay Chakno. Chakno, paano mo hina-hype up si Bornok, yung kapatid mo? Kasi nakaka-pressure naman talaga for the first MPL game. Talagang kakabahan ng isang tao looking at everyone screaming with all these lights. So paano mo siya hina-hype up to make sure na he was ready for today?
Sabi ko lang, matanda ka na, wag ka nakabahan.
Ano sasabihin mo sa kanya after this game?
Bornok, nice try lang. Alam mo naman malakas ka pa rin para sa akin.
Ayun! Malakas para kay Kuya! And now, it's, kiss daw! Hug mo yung brother mo! It's now time to announce our MVP! Let me hear some names! Sino? Ang ingay ng barangay. Ano, sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Jom! Jom, narinig mo ba? Sinisigaw nila yung pangalan mo. Sobrang ingay ng barangay Smart Omega. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanila?
Salamat sa lahat ng pumunta ngayon kahit may ulan. And abangan nyo kami sa playoffs, gagalingan namin.
Abangan sa playoffs! And now it's time to announce the winner of 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Mananalo ka din ng tickets for Day 1, Match 1 ng ating playoffs. Hello, sir! Parang meron, anong uniform mo?
Batch lead po ng namin po sa MMC Criminology Department po.
Criminology! So magiging pulis ka?
Yes po.
Anong pangalan mo?
John Robert po.
John Robert. Okay, lumayo bigla si Jom. Natakot. Galing ka bang school? Naka-uniform ka eh.
Actually po ma'am, after po ng school ma'am, diretso po kami dito sa hotel na po. So, venue po.
After school, diretso kayo dito. Okay, nandito, lumalayo ang Smart Omega sa'yo. Sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Si Chakno po.
Chakno! Chakno! Bakit si Chakno?
Tank user po ako ma'am. Kay Chakno ko lang po nakuha yung mga skills po ng pag-roam po.
May gusto ka bang sabihin sa kanya? I think, Chakno, kailangan mo ba ng protection? Kailangan mo ba ng taga-bantay protection para sa'yo, bodyguard?
Hindi naman kasi alam ko na mabait ako eh.
Ano gusto mo sabihin kay Chakno?
Ang pogi mo, Chakno.
Chakno, bakit ang pogi mo? Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno? Ano gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Parehas tayo pogi.
Parehas kayong pogi. And now, you get to take a bow kasama si Chakno at ang iyong paboritong koponan. All right, Smart Omega, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. You can take a walk with Chakno. Congratulations, Smart Omega! Bakit kaya nagtago si Jom? Alright everybody, bagong barangay! Ayon nga kaya kay Jome, abangan natin sila sa playoffs. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
And reverse sweep completed for Barangay Omega here in match number 1. What a performance here. Of course, by Big J on Eluno.
10-1-8, absolute monstrous game by Big J, and I mean, he got all the help he needed in taking down Kusei early on. Those early game dives to give a lot of difficulty to the Moscow. No surprise that Jome got MVP here.
Yeah, I think earlier, obviously in game number 1, it did feel like a different scenario. But right now, after game number 2, you could feel a switch up, especially after this dive earlier on. Surprisingly, Omega overtook this game. Like, it felt very one-sided for a majority, but not gonna lie here.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to confidently do a dive like this. This is at 9 minutes, by the way, in case you're wondering. A 9-minute team fight inside the base here of RSG.
Yeah, and it's awkward because when you play the Khalid roam, you're supposed to be able to roam faster and get to the right spots earlier compared to your opponent. Yeah, we saw that, but it seems like the times that Light got there, it seems like he got there a little bit way too fast, nothing was happening, and so he would leave. But by the time he left, that's when Omega would already be there, and they'll be able to get a sequence from the area that Light was just in. It just seems like RSG Philippines were completely out-rotated. Andoryu, Chaknu, and here we're getting to the right spots, and it seemed like Light and Aqua just kept trying to read their rotations but couldn't at all, and they just ended up losing the rotation battle.
Yeah, over and over again, we saw that, and you can see why this got drafted early on. This Chaknu, Gatot Gacha, 1, 1, and 18. Present in almost each and every single team fight. That's 18 over 22 kills. He was present. And his impact was so well thought out here because the Lilia, surprisingly, was the big star of the show as well in one of those team fights. In a lot of those team fights, RSG could not get anything done because of the glooms on the ground.
Yeah, and that's why when it comes to matches of first, when it's Ling and Haya, they both rotate fast. They can both make their own plays, that's true. When it's the Ling versus Julian or any other assassin versus the Julian's a little bit more dependent on making sure that he'll be able to get a pick off. Yes, he does have that level 3 power spike, which means that he's not too dependent on it. But if the opposing Ling is rotating the map a little bit better, taking your jungle, being able to get kills, pressuring the gold lane, while the Julian stuck farming, yeah, that's not good news for the team that has the Julian.
Yeah, the Ling definitely had more consistent damage output compared to the Julian, who essentially you had to make sure all your skills hit. Then after that, you'll have to wait for the cycle. And while you're waiting for the cycle of the cooldowns, the Ling's already just scrambling all over your body. And that's not something you want to see. And that's something that happened here a lot in RSG. Yeah, on hindsight, the Julian probably not the best punchback, but well, you know, I guess they tried their very best with it. They tried to combine it with a Paramis so that they could maybe team fight longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, because of the Lilia as well, Paramis didn't really stand a chance.
Yeah, and it really just feels like it boiled down to RSG Philippines couldn't find the tempo that they wanted at all.
Yeah.
Usually this is what we see with first-time appearances of roam pickups. Yes, very good chances this was practice and scrims and all that, but then things change up once you're up there on the stage. It looked like it was one of those scenarios where since they haven't played this on stage before, it looked like they just didn't have the familiarity with the right rotation in the roam, mid, and jungle around the map.
Yeah,
They were gone in a snap.
In a big snap. Snap it. He's here. We got Coach Snap here as well from Omega. Welcome, Coach Snap.
Hello, hello.
What can you say about that performance for Omega? Congratulations. You guys are really tearing it up. How was your team performance there? What do you think about it?
Not the best, but
not the best.
We executed in a different type of way this time.
Oh.
Yeah.
To test their hero limits.
All right, so that was more like a stress test for your players here. Can I just ask? Obviously, big elephant in the room. The decision to put Bornok in. How did that happen in your meetings? Like how did you decide to have Bornok slot in for game number 1?
We wanted to make history actually. Like a player who didn't go through amateur leagues, MDL, or any pro experience. and win a series.
Win a series.
He wanted to make history. And together with his brother.
It did it feel right to have the brother do it there? What is after the substitute? What was the meeting? What was the meeting like? What was the conversation like?
Ano, babawi kami. I mean, we'll win the games back for you.
So they were still like encouraging
Yeah.
him and they were thinking about him.
Yeah, like it's fine. There's always next time.
Oh, that's great. You know what else is great? You guys winning here today, getting that 8th match point, means that the race for top 2 is a little bit spicier now. Because now you're still in the running of getting that upper bracket slot, if I'm not mistaken. You have a 3-way tie with Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines at 7. Now you're at 8 points, 1 point behind Falcons APBren. Is that a main motivator for the team? Guys, we can still make it to the top 2? Or are you guys just focused on winning match per match?
We're just focusing on winning the rest of our match, which is FNOP tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And if ever Falcons APBren don't break the win streak, you guys will be the last team that Fnatic Onic Philippines will face. And you could potentially be the one in, how many series? 13-1, if ever.
Wow.
So now that you're going into that series, what are your thoughts heading into going up against Fnatic Onic Philippines?
Honestly, quite confident. We can maybe use one of our strats or surprise pick. Maybe. Depending on the situation.
All right, we'll see.
I guess you guys got to watch out for that tomorrow. A big shout out as well. Thank you so much for hanging out here. Big shout out to your barangay members.
Thank you for supporting us. Watch our last game of the regular season tomorrow at 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 p.m.
All right.
See you guys.
We might get a spicy pick. Maybe. Not fully confirmed.
Depending on how they draft. I guess if it's FNOP, you know, anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
And if you're facing against Omega, you can also say the same thing. Anything can happen if you're facing Omega. You might even see Born up there. Again, you never know. So, right now, obviously, big thank yous to you, Oshnap, and I really hope that this is going to be it for you guys. And again, going to the playoffs, we wish you all the luck in the world, man. Congratulations to Omega for this win. And thank you so much, guys, for watching. Don't forget, we still have another match here coming this one. Don't go anywhere. This is MPL Philippines Season 14.
And bye.
Fighting for
Welcome to the land of God!
Don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14. It's day 1 in Week 8. That means it's still Retribution Rumble. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Jose Ingan. And you just heard the mic check for what Smart Omega did to RSG, getting that reverse sweep victory.
I like the captain track news saying, legit, just tower lock, guys. We got this in the bag as they won game number 2 away from RSG.
And there was one call wherein, if I'm not mistaken, someone said, "Go home!"
Go home!
Right? Somebody said, "Away!" And that's the rough translation.
Well, anyway, Leo.
Moving on.
Moving on. Again, hard-fought battle still for RSG as they extend the game, the series to game number 3. Much-needed win, although they lost the series. And looking at the standings, net game win got closer between RSG Philippines and Blacklist International because of their game 1 win.
That's right. Although the odds still favor Blacklist International, there were the numbers shared by our Infinix Game Tambayan panel earlier, wherein now I think, if I'm not mistaken, Blacklist's probability should be at about 55 or 60%.
It went up.
Looking at the upper half, right, this is where the next matchup comes through. It's a bout between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcons APBren. And at this point, my friend, I can confirm Fnatic Onic PH ain't going nowhere. They are confirmed to be the top seed. No team in Season 14 can ever touch their 12 points.
Yeah, they ain't no bottom team. Always on top for Fnatic Onic PH. And below them, look at how close Smart Omega, Aurora, TLPH is. This is what makes this season so much exciting, because at this point, you really don't know who's a stronger team between the remaining teams, apart from Fnatic, of course. So it's really close, tight.
That's right. Real quick, we're also celebrating the 8th anniversary of MLBB. Still, if you opened up your app, you'll see it's a good showering of purple and pink. Kai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro, spawn effect, killing notification, avatar border, battle emote, and more epic skins are waiting for you.
And of course, we also have Kagura's brand new epic skin will also be available for free starting on October 18th, so make sure to not miss out.
That's a couple of weeks from now, so it's a month-long celebration. So best believe, I hope you're clicking your tickets and your little baby. Like, are you doing that thing with the dice and the little baby friends?
I always do. The roll.
Yeah. And the little mini games. That's amazing. So get in on that right now, but not while you're watching this, because you're not gonna want to miss. Fnatic Onic Philippines go head-to-head against Falcons APBren. The last time Fnatic Onic PH had their hands on FCAP, it was a bloody massacre. I'm gonna put it that the Titans fell. Let's just say the Titans fell.
It was a 1-2.
Yeah.
1-2. Yeah.
And it was close, but you know, Fnatic Onic still sitting pretty with their win streak. Let's see what our panel thinks. We're throwing over to the ever lovely Renmar Santa Cruz and the enduring Rockhart over at the Infinite Game Tambayan.
That is right. We are the Infinix Game Tambayan live and live right here on ground with your favorite MPL personalities. I'm Rockhart. This is Renmar. And we're heading into match number 2 for the day. Road to the undefeated.
Well,
road to the perfect regular season.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic Philippines are making a gunning for the title of gods among men. If they can get past this hurdle, that is Falcons APBren, only one will stand in their way between being undefeated in the regular season or not, and that's what we mentioned, Smart Omega.
That's right. Smart Omega, of course, with the Sonics now holding the longest win streak in franchise history. They're now on steps from becoming men into gods. And to finish the regular season undefeated and, who knows, maybe the champions of the season.
Yeah, I mean, history only shows that teams that end the regular season in MPL Philippines as top 2 has a high chance of making it into the grand finals, thus making it into, well, for us now where we are in the calendar, M6. But at the same time, the only other team to go completely undefeated in MPL Philippines history, Aether Main, in regular season, they ended up becoming the champions in Season 1.
That's right. That was Season 1. And again, a lot of things did change, but if you guys will also notice, a lot of things are making a big comeback as well, like heroes and all. And again, so many things happening as well, all throughout the whole of the world. Actually, RQ Akira from MPL Brazil, Selangor Red Giants from MPL Malaysia. Man, in the end, this is just undeniable, like, evidence, right?
Yeah.
That it can happen.
Yeah, these are the list of champions with undefeated regular season runs. Those with 3 numbers indicates that they go for a 1-for-1, no best of 3s, best of 2s in the regular season. So that's 3 wins, 4 draws, 0 losses for those 2 records there of Burn X Flash. and of course the 5-2-0 there of Impunity in Cambodia. So yeah, again, if you become undefeated at the end of the regular season, there's a high chance you become the champion of your league, but in their way is a team looking to fly high into the upper bracket.
That's right. And again, upper bracket, historically, good chance to actually make it into the upcoming international tournament, whether it be MSC or in this series, in this case, M6.
Yes. The Bees flight towards the upper bracket. If Falcons APBren wins this match, they secure the second seed of the regular season. Aurora, Team Liquid, Omega no longer have a shot of making it into the upper bracket, heading into the playoffs. But you know, there's one thing that went back to my mind in terms of the graphic that we last showed. Falcons APBren, they're gonna be going up against someone here that has a long history with their organization, and at the same time a history in terms of being part of a part of undefeated teams. Man, Coach Yelly Hayes was playing in Aether main when they went undefeated and became champions.
That was in Season 1 when they were literally the gods of MLBB.
Yeah.
And like all throughout the world, right? And here he is again. This guy just doesn't, he just knows how to win, I guess, right? Whether it be on stage or on the back end, he does know how to get things done. And right now, this is going to be the recap for Week 4, day number 3, which, again, Leo and Ian did mention was a 2-1, and it was bloody, to say the least.
Yeah, it was a series where we saw Super Marco have bulletproof games, Super Friends pop off with 3 great games with 3 different mid laner pickups. Brusco getting MVP honors in a game where he had an Alpha as an EXP laner. This was one of the best series that we've had for the entirety of MPL Philippines Season 14. It was absolutely legendary. And yeah, as Leo and Ingan mentioned earlier, it was close. It went 3 games. All 3 games looked like it could go either way. It was intense.
Again, you're seeing the Alpha make a peak there, and this was a time that Roger was, you know, still there, but on the way out, right? So some things did change up a little bit there, which normally, you kind of think FCAP would be the one to maybe flex that Roger, but no, in that series, it was the FNOP. Of course, no other way around it.
Yeah.
It's a different landscape, I would say. That's why I'm actually myself personally very much looking forward to what's going to happen here in this matchup, because right now, if there was any single team in the MPL right now, aside from obviously TLPH, to do or to break the streak, maybe it's Falcons APBren.
Yeah, and I think it's because Fnatic Onic Philippines are also, admittedly, they have admitted that they are in that phase where they're experimenting a little bit more. It's experimenting with a lot of thought, things that they go through in scrims, limit testing heading into the playoffs. But of course, they're still looking to win every match. They're not just going to say, oh, we lost this one, it's okay. I mean, we still have the playoffs. They're definitely not in that mentality.
Yes.
They are in the mentality of putting themselves in the best possible situation heading into the playoffs. They already locked in top 1. They already locked in the upper bracket, which is why I feel like maybe that's where it might slip up. Because when you're limit testing, your limits do get absolutely tested against teams that will run more of the tried and tested type of lineups.
And this is FCAP we're talking about here.
Yep.
They're literal world champions right now. So you can't really... I would say if you want to limit test, maybe for FNOP, this is the best time to do it, because there's not much at stake except for the record. And maybe just prepare your team better for the playoffs with all the information that you gather here. But then again, we're talking about FNOP. They said they don't really care that much about the regular season wins. They said that time and time again in interviews. We don't care about the win streak that much. We need that championship. And you know what? You also will have to think, maybe there's a better chance of them getting that championship if they do all of their testing here.
Yeah.
Aside from scrims, because in scrims, obviously, people play well, but not to the maximum level like here.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Fnatic Onic Philippines are a team that know how to lose and how to win from a losing situation.
Yeah.
They've had to make comebacks. Time and time again.
And right now, who do you think is coming out on top? Do you think it is going to be a historic undefeated continuation, or do you think that the Bees have it in this bag? I think the Bees have a good chance here.
Yeah.
Again, if there was any team to do it, I will predict the Bees to do it.
Yeah, it's tough to predict against Fnatic Onic Philippines, despite the second half of the season they've been having. They've only dropped one game in the second half of the season, and that was against Aurora. They swept Team Liquid Philippines. They still have yet to face Omega. Against Falcons APBren, I feel like this might actually be the end of the road, because Falcons APBren, despite them getting swept by Blacklist International, they've been on a tear, getting wins against Aurora, RSG, Omega, and TNC.
So, you still think, what do you think? That's an FCAP victory, or is that?
Yeah, a very bloody three-game victory for FCAP. It's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all.
Even with the limit testing, FNOP feels like still going to be a game for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. I don't think if ever the streak ends here that Fnatic Onic Philippines will get swept. I refuse to believe it if that happens. I'll be like, wait, did this really happen?
Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed if they get swept,
Yeah,
right?
Did I die and wake up in a weird universe? Nah. Yes, we're both predicting an FCAP win here, but I think we're both in agreement. 3 games.
3 games.
3 of the best games we've seen in our lives.
I'm ready. I got the popcorn brewing already. I don't know about you. I want... Yeah, we have
popcorn?
popcorn.
What?
I'm kidding. I wish I did. Wink, wink. For the meantime, what about you guys? Let us know your comments. Let us know your thoughts right there. We'll try to read through them while we're watching the game. You know, that's what we try to do. We try to watch and read what you guys think is happening, and try to analyze as well. You know, I'm just so happy that we have so many fans that really watch the games closely, and they don't just like cheer for a team just because.
Yeah.
They really base it on like the performances and all that.
For sure.
And speaking of performances, you know what? You got to commemorate the performance of Falcons APBren on the last M series. So go ahead and pick up their first ever FMVP skin, the Fist of Glory Paquito, still on 30% off. And apparently, you can also still get the APBren Champion Souvenir card, get that Brody APBren skin, the APBren Bell emote, the Illumination effect, the Spawn effect, the Recall effect, and more. All of that available in-game right now for you guys. So go ahead and open up your clients, spend a few diamonds, and get into the APBren action.
Yeah. I feel like if this ends up becoming a Fnatic Onic Philippines victory, though, I think I'm going to be on that boat where it's undeniable and to say, just expect them in the grand finals already.
I actually already, I said that earlier, like expect them in M6. They're probably on the road to M6 right now, especially if they win this one.
Yeah, if they win this one, if they end the season being the only team to defeat, maybe the only team to defeat Falcons APBren twice this season.
Twice?
Yeah, because Falcons APBren hasn't lost to the same team twice this season. So, we'll see.
So, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. If they get it, if FNOP gets it, lock it in for M6.
Yeah.
That's a super advanced prediction, by the way.
Yeah.
Championship and M6. We're both, right? It sounds both. Or not champions of M6.
I'm just saying M6, bro. I'm not saying championship. We'll never know.
Heading to the championship. But yeah, for the meantime, for sure, they're going to go M6. Like, either way.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what we're saying here. I don't know if you guys agree. Like, I don't know what other team can actually do what they did. That's the reason why we're so confident saying that.
Yeah.
Honestly.
An insane season the Fnatic Onic Philippines has been having right now. And now going up against Falcons APBren for the second time, I feel like we're in it for a treat. But every time I've said that, it feels like I've cursed a match and it doesn't go well.
Really?
We'll see. We'll see.
We're going to have to look back at the tapes there. See if that record is going to hold true. Yes, for the meantime, we got FNOP and FCAP walking up on the stage here in the MPL arena right now.
It's the fight between the top 2 teams of the regular season. But first, introducing our marshals, Pat, Joshua, JJ, and Jeff. Sonics! The team with the longest winning streak in franchise history is aiming to add another point to their record. Can they take it all the way to the end of the season? It's Fnatic Onic Philippines! Don't forget, you guys can cheer too. Titans of MLBB, Kings of the World, and the reigning M-Series World Champions. Name a title and they have it under their belt. Will streak breakers be added to that? It's Falcons APBren! And their coaches for Fnatic Onic Philippines, Coach, why not? For Falcons APBren, Coach Ducky.
It's time for the face-off. Super Marco, Calra, step forward. Super Marco, paano mo babawian ang Sonics? Ano ang palag mo?
Hindi ko alam, may bahala na.
Calra, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Wala naman, gagalingan lang namin.
Palag kung palag. Fist bump. The top two teams of the regular season are ready to settle the score. Who will come out on top? Panel, paso.
Yes. Always a pleasure hearing Super Marco talk on stage. This is Fnatic Onic Philippines with an equally meek Kelra today.
Yeah. I think it's respect, man. I think it's acknowledgement.
Try
they
not to say
understand.
anything.
Yeah, they're both looking at it. I think Kelder's going into this with even the thought of like, guys, it's still Falcons APBren. Remember, Fnatic Onic Philippines called Falcons APBren the name that we were all thinking, but it wasn't said until they said it. They called this team the final boss.
The final boss. Who would have thought it would actually happen here? And it does feel like they're the exact vibe, right? You know that guy, you know that meme where there's like a big statue and everyone else is just bowing down to it? That's exactly the guy that you have to, you can correlate here right now.
Yeah, but Fnatic Onic Philippines, man, they're humble usurpers. Even though they're still undefeated, they're still looking at Falcons APBren with so much reverence and so much respect that despite them leaving in team average KDA, very close on the average gold. Unique heroes used. Falcons APBren actually has stretched it out more. Fnatic Onic Philippines still respect the hell out of Falcons APBren.
That's right, because the stats are actually going to show you a pretty good story of, you know what, there are specific areas that Falcons APBren do excel a lot in that kind of mimic what FNOP does as well.
Yeah.
Again, they just win in overall games.
Yeah. So, for the infinite keys to victory, Fnatic Onic Philippines, just flex your gold lane versatility. Let's list down three different heroes Keller has played this season in the gold lane. Carry, Ruby, Lunox. What the hell? Falcons APBren, instill controlled aggression. They've been a little bit sloppy 2 times with their aggression.
Right.
And even Coach Ducky, he said sometimes that is the point of pressure on Falcons APBren.
A few weeks ago, it felt like Ducky just was on a... Even after that was a victory, by the way.
Yeah,
they
that was
won,
a victory.
but Ducky was furious.
Yeah.
So I feel like they should be more controlled here. And again, continue making or breaking history. Both of these teams very happy to do so in multiple occasions.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic Philippines, they're still making history. Up until they're defeated in this regular season, they're still in the running of continuing history. They've already set history. While Falcons APBren has broken expectations, has broken records, international tournament expectations, and that's why they're here.
They just literally got off a world tour a few months ago. So
yeah.
They're still definitely the team to beat for a lot of people. Then again, we're talking about MPL Philippines. This is the most clear-cut, the most hyper-aggressive region, and the most, I would say, the most equally level, power-level teams in the whole world. That's also a reason why, if you are consistent here, you can be consistent anywhere.
Yeah, again, it's one of the most surprising regular seasons we've ever had. And currently, I think one of the most difficult to predict, although, I mean, I would say differently. Sorry. No, but I think a lot of people have mentioned online especially that they're loving the vibe of MPL Philippines Season 14. It's just so unpredictable, so unique, and downright great.
Downright very great.
Yeah.
That's right. So,
If you know,
right.
you know.
If you heard it earlier, you know what we mean. Now we are on the drafting phase here. This is where Ducky can definitely flex it out. But one thing's for sure, that obviously that chip not going to be seeing live day today, but the Ruby ban, that's something.
Yeah, expecting a Ruby respect ban onto Ogren is quite surprising to me. Yeah, I understand the Khalid and the Moscow ban that they want to go for here. They'd rather face Super Marco and Falcons APBren around the objectives instead of having Super Marco split pushing on his own. King Kong immediately goes for the Fanny. Falcons APBren are playing into this. They willingly gave it. I think in terms of the rotational speed, this has to be a Ling or a Hayabusa, cannot be a Julian.
Yeah, you heard everyone have a collective either sigh or an awe or a whoa. That's usually the reaction that a Fanny will bring. And the reaction that you should do is try to avoid heroes like the Julian, who has relatively soft lockdowns and very limited dueling capabilities against a moving target.
Yeah. See right now, Falcons APBren thinking about the draft deeply as Cal TZ Few being the more vocal ones right now. Trying to find the perfect one. So they go for the high loss since it is open. And this time they go Harith for Super Marco. So Falcons APBren said, all right, if you want the gold laner to be there in the fight, we'll pick up a gold laner that's difficult to find against, and we're going to combine it with someone who empowers the Zaman Force. They immediately go for the team fighting combo of the Hylos and Harith.
And a solid lockdown as well. Maybe lock down that flying Fanny in mid-air before he gets off. You know, that is super crucial. Again, historically, we've seen teams fall against against a lineup that isn't ready for a Fanny. Yeah. Especially, you know, FNOP. Yeah. That's scary. That's why they're so confident in first picking it. They just tear up games with it.
Could be a Lunox or Cho. Lunox and Cho, maybe. Oh, no, they don't go the Lunox. They go for the Aurora route.
Oh.
And it's the Cho for Brusco. But it could also be a switch up for Kirk, one of the strengths of Fnatic Onic Philippines, a deep hero pool of Kirk as well. Well, Falcons APBren immediately go for the Faramis. Okay, let's see how they handle the early game rotations of King Kong and ensure that Few doesn't suffer like 2 or 3 quick early deaths. But that's them playing a very compact team fighting lineup against an Aurora.
That's right. That usually doesn't bode well. There's a Lunox ban. I think a lot of people were already expecting that, especially with the performance earlier of Jome. You know what's coming to my mind right now? It's so ironic that some of the most aggressive mid laners of the league, Super Prince and Few, opt for the safest. The safest mid laners right here, which is that Aurora with the Pride of Ice, and of course, NetherRealm with that Faramis.
So going into the second phase now, Fnatic Onic Philippines are taking away the strongest utility jungler that Falcons APBren has in their arsenal, which is the Alpha. So that's them telling Falcons APBren, yes, please, play an assassin. Again, I would rather not see Falcons APBren pick up a Julian. It's just going to be slower compared to the Fanny, compared to the Cho combination. You need to match it. This needs to be a Ling or a Hayabusa. And I think Fnatic Onic Philippines understand that and are even willing to play into that. That's why they picked up a Cho. So that Cho and Aurora pickup, honestly, it counters everything right now the Falcons APBren wants to do and wants to eventually pick up in the second phase. These last 2 picks for Falcons APBren need to be really good. Oh, they even take on a Bane?
Huh.
Wow.
Wow. All right. Was I not expecting that? Yeah, we're talking about the Cho. You know what? I actually like the Cho because it's one of the tools, again, all the way back to Season 1, Season 2, you use against the Fanny. Make sure that if he goes for the attack, you're ready with a kick.
Look at Super Friends, undefeated with the Aurora this season. 12
wow,
KDA.
100%.
Yeah, Super Friends, again, the low-key MVP of Fnatic Onic Philippines. He doesn't get as many honors as King Kong, but if King Kong is going to be given so many flowers this season, Super Friends needs to be on the radar of Falcons APBren and, well, everyone.
Right. Grok is great. And again, we've seen this time and time again. You put a wall up, the Fanny can't do anything. Then again, we're already thinking about the goal laner here for FNOP. Most likely, we've seen Beatrix go ham with Keller go ham with Beatrix.
Yep, he's had a great Beatrix series recently.
I think that you can use that.
They'll need a tanky XP if they want to go Beatrix. The Alice is still open if he wants to go down that route. Again, Fnatic Onic Philippines has such a wide hero pool in XP in gold lane.
Yeah.
Arlot still open, and yes, would be a fantastic choice. Okay, but they go Claude.
Relatively safe.
Claude into Faramis, usual, and they can play the map a little bit more. And they go Gotcha.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. That kind of locks it in. It's going to be a very, I would say, secondary roamer expilators here, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're going to see here. I don't expect any kind of duels to happen up on top. Flap TZ is still the guy who is thinking about his hero here. Trevor coming in close by.
Actually, no, it's the jungle that we're waiting for.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because I think that's an EXP lane.
EXP high loss or Grok.
Yeah, either or.
Swappable.
We'll see.
Right, we're thinking about the jungle.
I'm leaning more towards a roam Grok, considering that it's a chill.
Oh, good point.
So
kind of makes it a bit safer, right?
Yeah.
Safer mid lane.
Typical assassin, is it? Yeah, they go for the lane. Okay.
That's a different. What skin voice line is that? Is that the dragon? Anyway.
Could be Lord Shen.
Could be Lord Shen. Right now, here we go. We're locked in. Nothing too crazy right now, right? And we kind of expect it to just stay so. FCAP I did show lineup rating is really good for FCAP. They're covered with all bases.
Yeah, but that's in the context of a team fighting. It looks like early damage, control potential, all there. Crowd control, though, is what Fnatic Onic Philippines has in spades and what they have to be careful with if you're Falcons APBren. The Cho and the Aurora can just mess up their team fighting, but also, most importantly, how are they going to handle King Kong's Fanny?
That's the big question, isn't it? Let's throw it over with a cable. Whoop! To our casters.
Rev up those engines for the Retribution Rumble rematch. Falcons APBren, the Titans, looking to stick one up to the undefeated Fnatic Onic Philippines. Leo and Ian bringing you the action. That's an interesting draft. You see that second ban phase?
Yeah. I mean,
they took away my boy.
Your Bane.
My Bane.
Your Bane. But I like this matchup once again. The Fanny of King Kong going up against Kyle TZ's Link. The one above all versus, what do we call Kyle? King Kong?
The Link Kong.
No, Sky King Kong.
Hey. Are we allowed to say that?
Sky King. It came from Renmar, though.
I mean, his Instagram is intact, so check out the emblem set that's being deployed by both of these squads. Again, it's not like Fnatic Onic locked FCAP out of a good hero. It's just, from Blue, I can say for sure, Coach Why Not, Coach Hayes, they were in control.
Oh, speaking of control, Brusco goes in with the triple man knockup, and King Kong's answers with the steel cables. Might be able to go right after View as he brings him down, and Cyric picks up the kill.
See, I told you, Mr. Perez.
Wow.
That's a local of Signal Village Taguig. About the same neighborhood as I have growing up. Anyways, regardless, see, I told you, they were in control of the draft, so it's not like they gave FCAP bad choices. It's just they gave him choices that they were comfortable with.
Yeah, it's actually comfortable. A comfortable pick for Few again with the Faramis. A lot of times you see Few has those clutch NetherRealm moments, but wait a minute. Is King Kong really bothering Kyle TZ here? Okay, so here's the thing for Fnatic Onic.
All right, what's the thing?
They have a good initial setup coming in from Brusco or Kirk. But the beauty is, again, Super Friends with the Frigid Glacier. Again, it could be used as a counterattack if ever Falcons APBren manages to go with the Wild Charge Flicker combinations or a Glorious Pathway coming in for Flap TZ. Oh. So they really need to make sure that Kyle TZ here goes after Kelra. And wow, just like that, this is one of the few times we've seen Kelra use the Claude this season. Off to not a good start.
The gold standard got stood up. 2v1 all it took. Again, shades of what happened to Kusei in the final two games of that last bout we saw earlier today. Again, when a Ling catches onto you, and it doesn't even really matter who that gold laner is, helps that it's an early game spiking Harith. There's very little you can do, especially with a Purify.
It's the same story.
It's the same story. It's going to happen over and over again, especially with such mechanically gifted players on the map. Now, in trade for that, it was a free turtle for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, I think that Fnatic Onic really got what they wanted. Wanting to go for those turtle takes, because again, when it comes to their graphics a while ago, the comparison between these two teams in terms of objective controls, Fnatic has the edge. So Falcons APBren really want to, as much as possible, get neutral objectives, get the lead early on to activate Super Marco, especially since he has the winning lane matchup. This is a Harith that could dominate the early game.
Jose, you know what else they have the edge on? Fnatic Onic have the crowd on their backs. Very rarely do you see the kings of the world, the Titans of MLBB, being behind on stats like that.
Yeah.
What is that, 65 to 35 around theirs?
Yeah. It's a something, it's a new view, but
whoa,
look
whoa.
at King Kong forcing out the Temples and Blades from Kyle TZ. But to be fair though, inside the venue, here in Green Sun Hotel Makati, the crowd's leaning towards Fnatic, towards Falcons APBren.
You know what? That was true earlier, but now looking at the crowd, I can't tell you who's... Oh, wait. There's a kick.
Okay, here comes
Force out the Purify. And... yeah, just Marco standing his ground. Anyways, as I was saying, the crowd, it's a full-packed Green Sun Hotel, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not here, let me tell you, you're missing out. So get your playoffs tickets now. The crowd's quiet.
I need to say, unfortunately, the Grand Finals tickets
Hey,
are sold out.
There's a chance, all right? It's not a 0% chance that they maybe open up a few seats, but I'm telling you now, man, it's sacred. This hall feels sacred, man.
Yeah.
People are just with bated breath just watching. Some of them are their jaws are agape. You know what I mean? Just,
They really want to absorb whatever's happening right now.
Whoa!
Like a fast-paced play coming in from Brusco, and Few with a save coming in with the Nether Rub. Super Prince answers right back with a Refrigerant Glacier as Kyle TZ with the 4 blades onto Kirk. But Kirk, as tanky as ever, as King Kong picks up a kill onto Ogwin, onto the top lane. But they're not even done after a few. Another knock-up. Frosty Breeze and Brusco was the one who got the kill.
man, Fnatic Onic, they just don't let anything through. False engage like that, you would have said, all right, let's move on. You know, Turtle's still standing. Maybe we could go and get that. But Fnatic Onic just understand the map so well. They understand their playstyle so well and how their opponents will respond. If anything, the more amazing thing is the fact that Few just stayed there. Few tried to fight it off, but Fnatic Onic didn't budge. And now they got all those kills and the second turtle of the game.
Man, we've been highlighting Kelra, King Kong, the KK connection, even Kirk. But I have to admit, I'm leaning towards Brusco this time because he's literally the engine for Fnatic Onic. But in this case, it's going to be Super Friends to bring down Bulletproof.
When you have a lineup stacked like this and your gold laner is known as a gold standard, like that's to be expected, right? You can just leave him alone. Like, you can say, all right, I'm going to do this. Kelra, you know what to do. And that was a Claude that got hit with the first blood.
Yeah.
Like, he got, it was unjust what happened to him, right? And then he's just like, all right, you know, I'll control the lane again.
Falcons APBren really took advantage of the fact that they're going to leave Kelra behind. But just like that, even despite the first blood attempt onto Kelra, he's winning the gold lane matchup. Took down one turret already. Here comes the pull onto Kirk plus a stun onto Flap TZ. But Kirk, when they got that catch, is just really tanky, not afraid to just zone out and take in damage.
Fnatic Onic Philippines players are borderline mutants. They might as well go to Professor X and say, you know what, we want to enroll.
You know, at this point, aren't they gods?
They're superhuman.
They're superhuman. Gods, mutants, whatever you want to call them. One thing for sure is they have the longest streak.
All right, checking out the items. Again, there's about 200 between Kyle and the King Kong. Forcing out the Tempest of Blades there. Luckily, FCAP have 2 big frontliners away. No, Kyle! Oh, no!
Just look at the damage coming in from Kirk. I'm pretty sure he has the Thunder Belt plus the Concussive Blast. And here comes the Frigid Glacier once again from Super Friends. No beefy, no tanky heroes for Falcons APBren. Fnatic doesn't care.
A little Tagalog slip out?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. I was just saying, I agree with you, Jose. I agree with you. The fact that I understand why you got a little perplexed there is because how did a Grok just die like that?
Yeah,
he was next to a wall.
Exactly.
There was a Faramis. I guess, you know, Few just deemed it necessary to just, all right, Ogwin's going to happen.
Yeah.
Just let it happen. He didn't even flicker.
That's your job.
That supports our thesis of maybe they let it go in hopes of, getting the turtle.
Against Cyric, King Kong.
All of it.
Secures the third and final turtle for Fnatic Onic. And this is where the comparison comes in once again. Neutral objectives leaning towards Fnatic Onic. Just look at the aggression. Again, I do like to commend how Brusco has been playing. One of the roamers that you know for a fact is not afraid to go for those setups, go for those pickoffs, no matter how down or how up they are right now, as Kirk trying to zone out Falcons APBren. They're not going to attempt on the purple buff of Kyle TZ. So far, Falcons APBren can still, you know, a contest for the Lord later on, assuming Kyle TZ gets his purple buff.
That's right. You're still looking at Kyle on the Ling, and you're also looking at Super Marco, a Harith. We're still at about the mid-game, so you're still looking for a mid-game power spike. And if you watch the first series tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know that a Ling-centric lineup is very capable of just suddenly bursting down their opponents. But at 4K down, the map not exactly being on your side, and wait. And Kirk being such a nuisance.
Look at the damage.
Here we go!
Flap TZ. Glorious Pathway will be casted, but all the way from the back line is the AOG. Super Friends commits his Frigid Glacier in a killing spree onto Flap TZ. They're not even done because they're going all in. King Kong with the cables on the kill. Gonna pick up a double kill. And now kick coming in from Brusco. Catches Kyle TZ. That was a Ling that Brusco saved his way of the dragon to make sure to shut down the one above all.
Brusco more like Bruce Lee. He was like water, my friend. He used his flicker. Again, it's not as easy to say he waited. He more than just waited. He studied his prey. He surveilled the circumstances and the surroundings. And
now he's pushing.
He's going to get away with this. He's clearly going to get away with this. Brusco, oh my God.
Those 2 hits onto that tower ensured
was enough.
That Fnatic, that Brusco specifically, was able to push a turret to down bottom. Brusco is doing everything for Fnatic.
BJ Paro, I told you, he's a mutant. He's a mutant. He's an MLBB anomaly.
Look at Kelra!
What?
That's a Grok! Man, the damage output of Fnatic Onic just now. 9 minutes in, there's a 7.4k gold lead. Looking at the items.
It's a Trinity. It's barely a Trinity.
Again, you know, the adjustments of the Claude, not relying to the mana anymore, not gonna result to the a common emblem. Has enough damage early on just with 2 items, but with 3 items. Again, that was an Ogwen with a tank emblem beside a wall.
It was a Grok.
It was a Grok.
Bro is gonna make me burnt without the ult.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. And clearly, Fnatic Onic in control, approaching the 8K goal mark up on FCAP. Now I'm wondering, what's FCAP to do? Because obviously the whole single turn isn't working.
Okay,
look at Brusco. Oh.
Man, you don't have to wait for the Wave of the Dragon. Just the knock-up alone from the Jit Kondu might do its job here. He's seeing 4 members. Okay, Fnatic Onic controlling their waves beautifully here. They still have a Lord up top as Falcons APBren tries to work on the level 1 Lord. The question is, will Fnatic go in for the additional kills?
Yeah, they won't force it. Fnatic Onic are still respecting FCAP's output. And there's a conceal. What are they looking for?
Okay, here's the counter attack, and they're gonna find Super Friends. He does have the passive. No, he doesn't, as he falls down in the hands of the one above all. Kirk soaking up all the damage, but he's not gonna be able to out-sustain the counter attack of the Bees. And this might be their opening, but King Kong knows this. That's why he takes away the purple buff of Kyle TZ. It still goes in!
You know what else King Kong knows? Is that his burst is on point. Now, just a moment ago, we looked at what Keller was rocking. What is King Kong rocking?
Does he have the Sky Piercer?
He has a BOD, that's for sure.
That's what I want to know, because if he has a Sky Piercer with a 600, I just don't know what more can you ask from this guy. King Kong has been phenomenal all season long.
Ooh. All right. I'm not a fanny expert, far from it, but did you see that ankle break in turn?
Yeah.
The velocity and the trajectory, that might have been what caused that much damage.
Literally, the fanny of King Kong has its own diversion.
He was like a swimmer, like an Olympic swimmer. He kicked off of the wall and right into Ogwen's face. Ogwen's back now, but still, you got to be really wild charge.
Oh, wild charge out of nowhere for Flap TZ as well with the glorious pathway. Here comes Super Marco with his Zapid North, but answered right back with the AOG. Gonna catch 3 NetherRealm. Has to be popped in from Falcons APBren. The Frigid Glacier of Super Friends will catch 4 and bring down Marco.
And they're in goes. Fnatic Onic walking away with everything that they want, plus something for the road. The orange buff taken away by Kelra.
What I like about Fnatic Onic is I believe we've highlighted 4 players. The moment that it looks like we haven't said Super Fritz's name, he did an amazing job
Don't
with the
forget
Frigid
about
Glacier.
me.
4! Catching 4 members with the Frigid Glacier.
Fellas, don't forget about me. Prince Ramirez, by the way. Look at that. Jose, and he does not have a Sky Piercer.
It's all physical penetration with this King Kong and even Kelra.
So it was the mechanics. It was the whole fact that he pivoted on the wall.
This might be crucial though, because Kirk, he has the taunt. And Brusco as well, ready to charge that wave the Dragon and Jeet Kondu. This is an unusual sight to see. Kelra being the one zoning the members of Falcons APBren.
His basics are enough.
As his frontliners are waiting in the bushes.
He's a right-click assassin. All right, let me tell you this now. It makes sense as to why Ogwin folded that quickly.
Yeah.
Look at his kit.
Ogwin.
This is his poverty era, man. He was rocking an Athena shield, understandably, against Kirk and Prince, and then a Dominus Ice that he just barely built like a moment ago.
That's why he can't do as much as zone or be the frontliner for Falcons APBren, because at this point, Fnatic Onic's not afraid to cast their ultimates, even to Ogwin alone, just to bring him down. And now Fnatic Onic really controlling the Lord Pit here. Here comes again King Kong, Flapteezy trying to zone, but Kirk and Super Friends making quick work onto Flapteezy as they still hold the Lord here. Let's see if they're able to contest, as the Glorious Pathway will be casted as well. It's going to be a Retribution battle, but King Kong gets it! And again, the Frigid Glacier combination will connect along with the Blazing Duet, but Kyle TC manages to find a trade onto Kelra. Might be worth it for Falcons APBren.
1 for 1. Kyle for Kelra. But at the end of the day, Fnatic Onic still taking the Lord. It's an enhanced Lord, spawning at about now. Ian, I gotta tell you, Kelra's playstyle here, despite, you know, playing like a right-click assassin, is this not a utility marksman? Is this not?
It feels like it.
Right, all he's doing is taking objectives, zoning out his opponents, and then look, he's no kills.
The initial burst though comes from Kelra, so King Kong just really does the pickup crew. So it looks like he is a utility. He's even zoning. So right now, King Kong works on the top lane turret. Flapteezy has to use the Glorious Pathway to save that inhibitor turret. And I do like to commend what Ogwin did a while ago during the Lord Pit Clash. The Flicker Wild Charge combination made Fnatic Onic's formation a bit scattered. That's why Kyle TC found an angle to go right after Kelra. And if they manage to pull things off like that and extend this game, they can create a comeback. But Fnatic Onic knows this. That's why they're really aggressive. Again, we haven't seen a beautiful kick, but again, King Kong onto Few. Luckily for Falcons APBren, that was Few with the passive. This means he's going to be alive once again. A 7-0-2 for King Kong with his Fanny.
That's going to be a career high for King Kong. FCAP here losing one more inhibitor. Just one left, that bottom lane inhibitor. Their only hope in maintaining some level of control, in keeping themselves alive. Look at this gold difference, man. At 10K, I just stopped counting. At 10K, I just know I have to stay inside my base, hunker down, and get a free pickoff. Brusco holding this bush like a champ. Gets pushed out by Ogwin and Flap.
Okay, a fight.
Did he get purple? No, he didn't.
Fight for the purple buff here. Fnatic Onic doing a good job. Important note though, the position of King Kong. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity because the AOG is going to connect. Frigid Glacier is there as well. They're going to try and burst down Flapteezy. Here comes Cyric King Kong forcing out the Netherrealm of Few. Now the Falcons APBren, the Bees have to walk away. They can't lose any other member because the Fnatic push might just be the final blow to win game 1.
All right, Fnatic Onic here. I believe the correct call for them would be to wait for the Lord, but they're just applying enough pressure to FCAP just so that maybe this 10K gold is enough for them to deal enough damage to suddenly take 2 down and then end the game right here and there.
Okay.
But wait. All right. Fnatic Onic understand that FCAP are a world-class caliber team, so they're not just going to suddenly do that.
Yeah, plus 3 of their ultimates from Fnatic Onic are on cooldown during that time. It was merely a zone-out play for Fnatic to make sure to get an inhibitor right before they engage in the second Lord. 10.3k gold lead, 13-4 scoreboard. We've been saying that the tagline, our headline was Gods Among Men. Literally, Fnatic is the god among Falcons APBren's men.
That's a third Lord, by the way.
Third Lord? That's a third Lord?
The game has gone on long enough for Fnatic Onic to have gotten 2 prior. Yeah, it's a third Lord!
Well, props to Falcons APBren for being able to extend this at this point, despite the huge gold lead at 10K.
You know what I'm afraid of? As impressive as that is, it just seems like you're just punching to the sky hoping God feels your hits. You know what I mean? Because at 10K down, the map looking this blue, how do you contest? What's going on? Are they even thinking of contesting?
Hey, look at just Brusco zoning out Kyle TZ, making sure he's not going to be present during that turtle fight, Lord fight in the Lord pit. But Falcons APBren making sure to try and move closest as much as possible to the Lord. Here comes the glorious pathway. King Kong with a cutthroat. But it's not going to bring down Kyle TZ. Here comes the Clash feud though. Able to cast the Nether Realm still. Might be a counter attack coming in from Falcons APBren as Keller tries to work on the Lord. Okay, Kyle TZ has to go for his purple buff. Here comes Kirk plus the Frigid Glacier. Going to connect onto Flap TZ. A lot of ultimates has been expended for both of these teams. No one has yet to die, but here comes Kelra with the Blazing Duet connecting onto 2. Marco, Flap TZ falls down. King Kong onto the backline. Gonna bring down Phil. There's the Tempest of Blades plus the push from Fnatic. They're not going to worry about the clash because they want the base.
And in a flash, Fnatic Onic Philippines take game 1. I was so fixated on the Lord pit that I did not notice the rotation.
I did not notice anything at all at that point because of how fast King Kong Kelra is with their ultimates. And the best part for Fnatic, for Cyric, he didn't die a single time.
Who's bulletproof now? Who's bulletproof now? King Kong asks. Let's throw it over to the Infamous Game Tambayan to hear more about the ins and outs. Game 1.
You know what? That's the funny thing about bulletproof vests. You can go through it with a sword pretty easily.
Yep.
And that does seem to be the case here with Fnatic Onic Philippines. King Kong with a breakaway performance on that Fanny.
Dude, again, we posed the question. Even though the numbers look like it was leaning towards Falcons APBren in terms of the the lineup comparison, we posed one simple question. How are you going to stop King Kong's Fanny? And the answer of Falcons APBren was, unfortunately, we couldn't. Dude was unstoppable. Show that jawline and mew all you want, King Kong. 8-0-2. Combination with the Cho and Gatot Kacha, the purple buff area of Falcons APBren, Ling, what is supposed to be his home and the safest part of the jungle, wasn't. Every time he wanted to go into the purple buff, the Cho, the Aurora, the Gatot Kacha, and the Fanny were always there.
That's right. What happened, Grok? You were supposed to be the chosen one. You were supposed to stop him, not go down in a single swing.
Yeah, that Grok felt right.
Goodness.
Felt like paper eventually. I mean, dude.
Fall to the scissors.
Yeah, nothing, man. Nothing. Couldn't do anything. That first victory there by Fnatic Onic Philippines early on, that turtle skirmish, it was just crowd control overload. Again, when we go back to the lineup comparison, it was leaning towards Fnatic Onic Philippines in terms of one key department, the early game crowd control, or the crowd control in general. And because of that, Falcons APBren had to get one back. So it was a well-timed rotation by Kyle TZ onto Kelra, comboed with Super Marco to give Kelra his, if I'm not mistaken, his first and only death of this game. But then, Fnatic Onic Philippines, though, I mean, because they disrupted Kyle TZ's rotation after the Turtle 2, Falcons APBren couldn't defend Super Marco up top. Fnatic Onic Philippines broke the gold lane outer turret first, and after that, it was just rinse and repeat. Every time purple buff is up, invade. King Kong, Brusco, Kirk, Super Friends, your job is simple. Mess up Kyle TZ, and that's exactly what they did.
I actually like what they did there. I think they knew the assignment, basically.
Yes.
I think they brought in the fact that if a Ling doesn't have a purple buff, can't really, it's not much of a Ling at all. You know what I mean? So I guess that they read into that, and I think Kyle TZ barely got a purple in that whole game.
Yeah.
Confirming here, yeah, essentially.
Yeah, you still ended up getting.
I mean, there was some.
Yeah, there was some. But then at the end of the day, if you're not getting the purple buffs
In the team fights.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
If you're not stealing purple buffs, that means you're disrupting rotations, and that's what they did. They disrupted the rotation of Kyle TZ and Falcons APBren, meaning that they couldn't help Kelra or they couldn't help Super Marco after Turtle 2 because Fnatic Onic Philippines rebalanced the rotations by going into there. Once they broke that first outer turret, that was it. That's the best quality of Fnatic Onic Philippines. You said it right, Rockhard. They know their assignment so well. Individually in team fights, individually in macro, and together as a super fam when it gets to controlling the map.
It was it looked like a well-oiled machine, and again, putting these, layering these crowd controls so perfectly, like you know how Ian brought that up. It felt flawless. There was barely any single person can do about it, and that's with another realm.
Exactly, and that's why we gotta go back to the draft real quick here. The first 3 picks of Fnatic Onic Philippines, they already defeated, again, what the line was, they already countered what Falcons APBren want to do, and what else they're willing to do once we see their next 2 picks. Remember, it was Fanny, Cho, and Aurora already picked into the Hylos, Harith, and the Faramis. If you're looking at it from team fighting alone, and the invading of the purple buff, it all already checks out. The fact that the Gatot Kacha was already slotted in there, even the Claude, but more focus on the Gatot Kacha, that pretty much signaled that, yeah, Kyle TZ will not have a good time in the purple buff.
Yeah, that's right. Again, the moment I think you're right, the moment that first tower in mid broke, it was wide open after that. And again, just having a Ling with less energy than usual is less than effective. He's not as effective in crossing the map. He's not as effective going from top to bottom and making sure that the waves are at least in your favor, even if you lose out on the team fights.
Yeah.
Because that's usually what happens, right? In these scenarios, if you lose a team fight, the lane is going to cut top or bottom, whichever lane is weakest. And then at least your enemy is going to be pressured to move there or split up.
Yeah.
We didn't see that all game long. We saw a Fanny going crazy at every single time.
Yeah, you're not going to see it. King Kong, again, was just flawless. You cannot deny, this is one of the best junglers in the world right now. The queen, Oh My Venus herself, lauded the Ling of King Kong. In her words, she said, I thought Sekai's of Selangor Giants would be the best Ling I would see in recent memory. But then here comes King Kong, showing up even better. And it's not just the Lings, it's all the assassins. Ling, Fanny, Hayabusa. Fnatic Onic Philippines are on the road to becoming gods among men. And the titans of MLBB, their arms are just too short to box with gods.
That is true. Oh my goodness. That's saying something. So guys, by the way, if you didn't catch him, MSC champs. So, and that was a performance where you saw a lot of slip-ups as well from MSC. This one, it was too clean. It was too clean to say. Too clean call. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino. I believe there are a few people who are going to get interviewed right there inside the MPL arena. I wonder who that's going to be. You know, check that out in here with the fans.
All right, bees, let's go Falcons! Woo! Let's go Falcons!
APBren!
Kasama natin ngayon ang ating smart community team leaders mula sa Falcons APBren. Introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Dion, the community leader of Falcons APBren.
Hi, I'm Julius Coronel, community leader of Falcons APBren.
Sobrang leader talaga kayo kasi lagi kayo nakikita dito. Every time may laban. Ngayon, nakita ko yung booth nyo. Ang daming nakalagay doon. Ano bang pwedeng abangan ng ating mga fans sa booth nyo?
So guys, makikita nyo naman guys, na-release na ngayon ang jersey.
Bagong jersey?
Yes! Ang bagong jersey ng Falcons APBren.
Nakakapogi! O ano pa? Ano pa nandun sa booth?
Makikita rin po natin itong ating 5-patch varsity jacket.
O ano pa?
At makikita rin po natin ang ating mga pins, ang ating mga stickers, at iba-iba pa. Siyempre, pag bumili kayo ng mga merch sa amin, meron kami mga pa-freebies. Pero siyempre, secret lang yun. Kaya bili na kayo.
Tapos pag nandito sila, ano pa pwedeng mangyari? Pwede sila mag-meet and greet?
Opo, pwede mag-meet and greet. Makikita yung mga favorite yung pro player, ganon.
Meron tayong bagong recall para sa Falcons
po.
APBren.
Yes.
Invite nyo naman sila. So may bago tayong skin, di ba?
Yes. So guys, bili na kayo ng ating bagong skin. Ang ating championship skin ng Brody. At ang
Finals MVP na Pakito, Fist of Glory. Tapos yung recall po, meron pa sa gacha event.
Anong itsura ng recall? Anong nangyayari? I-act out mo yung recall.
Para kang nagte-teleport sa...
Parang nagte-teleport. Yung kay
Yay.
Pakito, anong itsura ng Pakito natin?
Kaya nga.
Ano ba? Ayan. Alam mo, malaki talaga ang MLBB community.
Yes.
Sa lahat ng mga fans natin dyan na gusto namang makamit ng other Falcons APBren fans, how can they meet up? How can they join? May group ba kayo?
Yes, guys, so join na po kayo sa ating Facebook group, ang The Hive Official Community Group po namin. Marami po kayong makikita doon na mga post po namin about po sa mga players, about po sa mga kanilang mga fan arts. Marami po pong iba.
Iingayo naman natin ang ating mga fans na manood ng live para makita ang manlalaro ng Falcons APBren.
Yun guys, punta kayo dito sa MPL Arena. Napaka-lupit. Sobrang solid manood dito.
And now, babalik tayo sa ating laban. So tulungan niyo ako. We're gonna go to the panel, alright? Panel?
Pasok!
There you go. The smart community. Just a big reminder that a lot of things are happening here, not just the games. A lot of stuff are happening on site as well.
Yeah.
We got merch, we got people hanging out, we got people playing, and so many things.
Yep.
So many things. And we have a lot of fun, by the way. Before the match starts, you see them lining up, right? And we get a chance to talk to them as well. So much fun stuff. Try to drop by. And the playoff is also happening here, by the way. So, you know, no better time to get your tickets than now.
Yeah, this has become our home for MPL Philippines Season 14, maybe even beyond, who knows. But yeah, don't forget to get your tickets.
Yeah, go ahead and get those tickets for the much-awaited playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14. Again, happening here in Green Sun Hotel. And we got an early bird ticket. Early game. I was going to say early game again. Early bird tickets out now because they're on sale starting from today until October 9. So we got 300 pesos for your early bird price, and we got 400 pesos after October 9. So if the math serves me correct, you will save 25% if you buy in the early bird.
You're right. It's 25% cheaper. So buy your discounted tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs.
See what I mean? See what I mean? And you know what? It's also just so fun to watch people be on site. Everyone just having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Be part of it. You can, whenever people are shouting, you can feel the vibrations in your body, and the whole arena is cheering. So go ahead and do that as well. We're doing that here right now with a smart gameplay pose with the hashtag #ThePowerSmart, of course. All you have to do is copy the pose of the player, and that is now King Kong. To win a redeemable in-game code. Who's the best?
There we go.
All right, almost. With a face.
Oh, he has braces too.
Braces
It's over.
too.
It's over.
And the perfect. Okay, and he's got the hair as well. We got with the matching everything, and I think we have a winner.
Yeah.
There you go. Could be close. And he has the jawline too. All right.
Deserve.
So you can't deserve it, brother. Keep it up. And make sure you're always present. See what I mean? Lots of stuff happening right here on the venue.
What was his friend showing? What is that? Oh, he bought a ticket already.
Oh,
he has a Grand Finals ticket
Grand
locked
Finals.
in. One of the people who got to buy it before it completely sold out.
That's the flex.
Yeah.
That's the flex right there. That means he waited, and in the span of 4 minutes, I think that got sold out.
I hope to God he isn't a scalper. I'll leave it at that. Please don't be a scalper.
I hope
dude.
that's just one ticket.
We've seen your face in your email confirmation. If you're not here in the Grand Finals, we will hunt you down.
That's very aggressive, brother.
I'm not kidding.
I would say the FCAP deserves that blue side pick. And again, the scalpers, good luck, because we got pretty good security now. There you go.
I'm never doing that again.
For FCAP,
oh, God.
I'll be honest, I feel like they drafted pretty well there. The Grok was okay. It just felt like FNOP, you know, they went like, they skipped gear 1, 2, 3. They went gear 5 right away.
Yeah, they went into that thinking that they could just control the mid and then win. They didn't take into consideration that Kirk would be winning at the EXP lane against FlapTZ, that the jungle, the rotations of Fnatic Onic Philippines were so well timed that Falcons APBren couldn't even assist FlapTZ in key moments, and at the same time, they were getting invaded upon. So now, as we head into Falcons APBren controlling the blue side, it's good that they respect ban here, the Cho of Brusco. They'll also have to take the Tigreal into consideration here later on. And they also respect ban the Fanny. With the Ling and the Fanny gone now, I believe we're going to be leaving Hayabusa and Julian as the main trade-offs. However, Falcons APBren, again, if they do not, and if they pull the surprising move of not first picking either the Hayabusa or the Julian, then they might be, that's a signal that they're leaning into like the Alpha or the Bane pickup in the jungle.
And the Bane pickup is kind of already in the minds of both of these teams anyway, right? Because of what we saw earlier. So we know that if it does come out, there's probably going to be repercussions, or both of them will probably be ready. Bane becoming a surprisingly powerful pick, specifically in the jungle right now. I know Leo wants to see it in the XP, but you know, it's still relatively powerful all the same.
Yeah. So let's see if they're just going to go into the Hayabusa. Fnatic Onic Philippines, every time I see... Nope, they take it away.
It's locked out.
Yeah. So now you still have the Julian Nolan as the available trade. By the way, we haven't seen Nolan at all throughout today.
Oh, that's a good point. It's always been Lunox, Harif, Claude. Interestingly enough, Phoveus, of course, making an appearance finally after being banned out for like 9 consecutive games, I think.
Yeah.
I love the math's right. It's either 9 or 12 games straight or some. But yeah, I'm very happy to see Phoveus again. But then again, Matilda is left open, which means people are probably going to be able to make it out in time with the Alpha coming into play here for FNOP.
Yeah. Actually, 8 games banned straight up.
8?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Right away.
Almost there.
So, wow, Fnatic Onic Philippines, they are so good at playing denial on the red. I mean, we posed the possibility of the Alpha or the Bane earlier. Straight up, Fnatic Onic Philippines just picks up the Alpha. And again, for them, this could even go to the EXP lane for Kirk. So they go with the Matilda, Moskov here. Will it go Nolan or Julian for them? But no.
Angela.
Wow, they dodge it. Okay, because there was a possibility that Super Friends could have picked up the Matilda in the mid, and then that they could go Angela Rome. So I think that's what Falcons APBren is leaning into. And now Fnatic Onic Philippines need to acknowledge that they're going to be going up against a Phoveus-Angela combination, most likely.
Oh my god.
So for longer extended team fights, they had to pick up the Edith.
That's a juggernaut if you've ever seen one. If you've ever seen a Phoveus jumping around with a heart guard,
yeah,
man, just turn tail. You're not going to be able to out DPS it most of the time.
They're going to need... I wonder if they're going to still pick up the carry into the gold lane for Kelra or the Lunox.
If there's ever a hero that can kind of barrel through them, it's probably the Lunox, right?
Yeah.
And if the Lunox does make an appearance here, I wonder how they're going to be able, how they're going to deal with that.
Wow, FNOP respecting the potential Angela Joy combo coming out that FCAP could have gone for.
Yeah.
So Falcons APBren acknowledged that carry could be one of the heroes that they can really mess him up, and plus that would have been two sources of true damage from Fnatic Onic Philippines. So
2 sources true. That sounds like a sentence.
Yeah.
2 sources.
So you still have the... Well, again, there's still so many options that Keller can go for. If it's not the Alice, if it's not the Lunox, if it's not the Harith, you can still even go... You can make an argument for Ruby here in the gold lane.
Grants you immortality.
Well, apparently, King Kong has flexed his jawline 9 times, by the way, this season.
Wow.
Since he always does flex that jawline.
I'm glad that we actually have that as an official statistic now. Thank you.
9 jawlines up on stage.
Yeah.
No one
Good for
else.
him. I lost my jawline during the pandemic. Bread. Everyone learned how to make bread. Bread was just too good. All right. I think they can ban out another. Yeah, bread.
Really?
Yeah, that's how I gained weight, bro. I just kept eating bread that I made. Take out another counter pickup if you want to.
Oh, yeah.
Or still consider banning out an assassin, because, I mean...
Take out the Claude, maybe, or the...
It is in despair that
No, yes, the
Nathan.
Nathan. Yeah.
There you go.
Again, wide hero pool, bro.
That's true, that's true.
So
again, Beatrix is actually a huge possibility here.
Yes, even. You could even still slot in a Beatrix.
It's good.
The
it's good.
flexibility of Fnatic Onic Philippines, how they have, I think it does boil down to, again, Keller can play so many heroes, Kirk can play so many heroes. Because of that wide EXP lane hero pool, you don't exactly know what's going into the roam. This Matilda for Super Friends in the mid lane is really good.
All right, they go for the right option, I think. I mean, Beatrix is fun, but if Claude's available, pick it up. That's always been the general rule in second phase.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Fnatic Onic Philippines might, in terms of thinking about it in the team fighting, they might be able to survive the initial onslaught enough that once Phoveus has run out of potential heroes to dunk on with Inferno Pursuit, then that's when it should be safe for Keller to go in. But I think this cannot be a roam Angela at all for Open. This has to go into the mid for few.
Yeah.
They need a different roamer. They could consider Gatot Kacha, honestly, but there's so many dashes that they might actually be able to escape the Avatar of Guardian.
And Gatot Kacha actually can get punished relatively hard, and he won't be able to take out targets, so they are not. They're gonna go for.
Wow.
Is that? It's still roam.
Roam Angela, Jungle X-Borg. Okay. So it's the old Angela X-Borg combo, but this time it's the roam. Could be tough here for Falcons APBren.
That's a very hit or miss lineup that we are seeing right here for Falcons APBren.
Incredibly so.
And
that's a mid lane Sicilian.
That's a mid lane Sicilian, 100%. Half expecting Super Friends to actually use the Matilda here.
Yeah.
But no.
It goes into the hands of Brusco. They go for the Sicilian, who has been racking up a lot of hype recently. Scrims, ranked games, not just in the gold lane. Hi, Skylar, RRQ. He is still a great mid lane pickup, and let's see if it'll be enough. Both farm-based heavily is the mid and the gold. It'll be up to the Edith, the Alpha, and the Matilda to bridge them into the mid game and set them up for success.
And for some reason, you know what? Despite that pretty hefty lineup for gold and the mid, I think they can do it. Seems doable here. And let's see if our casters, Leoning, also think the same way. Throw it over. FCAP, FNOP, game 2.
Let's go! Game 2 is at hand. Best of 3 match point for Fnatic Onic Philippines and Ian.
Woo!
Is this the right time to bring out the Sicilian? It's another debut pick.
I mean, they have the luxury of doing it. They've secured a playoff spot, might even secure the first seed. So it's time to experiment. But this isn't that much of a cheese because Redmar and Rockhart has mentioned that this has been used a lot in the different regions. And even flex their roles, not just the mid lane. I believe this was used also at the gold lane a lot of times, even in ranked games.
But here's the thing. I would be okay if that was just the only off thing about this draft. I'm gonna use the word off in a very liberal way, because you also have King Kong on the Alpha now. Prior, the same very matchup. The Alpha was rocked by Kirk in the XP
with a Revitalize
to stick it up to Flap, to stick it up to the Phoveus. But now that it's kind of switched up, I don't know if that's what irks me about this. It's not the Sicilian pick alone. It's the fact that it's comboed with a few other factors that don't support Fnatic Onyx's winning image. Unless again, just as how versatile they are, how flexible they are, the way they play is just that deep too.
Honestly, for me, I think it's the fatigue for Cyric, for King Kong, but King Kong enters. And the save coming in from Brusco with the guiding win. I think it's the fatigue. Did you see his Fanny play a while
For sure.
Man, you could feel his fingers hurting with all the cables, all the cutthroats he performed. He hasn't died a single time, but did dish out a lot of damage, dish out a lot of kills. Maybe he wants to relax for game number 2, but still has a viable option.
What are you saying about me and my Alpha mains?
It's an easier compared to a Fanny, but look at this, a catch onto Flap, forcing out his flicker. And the aggression of Fnatic clearly hasn't stopped. Their rotation might actually be better and faster compared to Game 1 with the presence of Brusco's Matilda.
I mean, they are still waiting for the Heart Guard in the Ghost Flap.
And Kirk with the Primal Wrath as well, trying to dish out the damage onto Flap. While Flap TZ manages to rock the Infernal Pursuit. And King Kong with the Retribution manages to get the first turtle. Flap TZ in trouble here. She tries to walk away, will survive. But Fnatic gets the turtle.
Ogwin still doesn't have the Hearth Guard. I'm pretty sure if the timing was right, maybe FCAP would have leaned hard into it, but this does give the first hurdle over the Fnatic Onic Philippines. And you're right, again, very early game centric. I think they do need this. They need this late game insurance, and they also need, well, we need the 76th unique hero pick in MPL Philippines Season 14. That's, what now? 65% of the heroes?
Wait, 65?
Yeah, that's about...
Do we have 118 or 120?
120. We've already broken 120.
Yeah, especially with Suyo.
Suyu.
How do you pronounce it? Suyo.
Suyu. He's coming out of the playoffs, but regardless.
Yeah, so 65% might be the number. Let's just ask Redmar later on, but here comes the Sanguine Claws onto Kyle TZ. Will pop his Viraga armor, and that's the beauty of having a Sicilian. Apart from the late game insurance, you have additional crowd control with the Sanguine Claws AoE as well. And here comes the over-aggression of Fnatic. Paired up with the Matilda, they can outmaneuver Falcons APBren.
Oh no! Kyle's going down!
And the next target might be Super Marco, but few here to the rescue. As Fnatic Onic, 3 Sonics working on Super Marco. The Heart Guard is ready to be expended though, so at any given moment, Super Marco's in trouble. Ogwin rather's gonna make sure he's safe.
All right, here's the thing. You forgot to mention one thing. You talked about the CC. You talked about the late game potential. You know what else Super Friends brings to the table?
What?
Range.
Exactly.
I remember the days when the Sicilian would be picked up just because there's a Farsa on the other side. And you need to close that gap. And because of those Sanguine Claws, my boy, for all those who missed out on when Sicilian was a thing, that just breaks the game in half. Like, you can't even touch, usually, the Sicilian player.
Yeah, so right now Super Friends has the luxury of doing that. As we speak, just working on Kyle TZ. Another chain crowd control might be able to bring him down. Just look at the damage coming in from Fnatic Onic as he tried to work on Flap TZ with an Infernal Pursuit despite the Heart Guard for there. And here comes Kelra with the Blazing Duet, gonna finish the job and bring down Ogwin. Just total dominance for Fnatic, and they're not even done!
Oh! That's gotta be frustrating. Again, usually, you see a Phoveus dunking on fools. He usually would just be, you know, his life would be coming back there. It's like you're running him through a blender. Like, what happened?
I love how you have sound effects for the life bar, but not for your favorite hero, Bane.
Let's not talk about that. But still, Fnatic Onic, 4,000 gold ahead, 5 minutes in. This is not the way I foresaw this happening. Because again, there's a good amount of sustain on FCAP, right?
Yeah.
And there's a good amount of dive coming in from them. It's a good quality dive. But FNOP have denied all of that.
I'm actually curious what Few has been getting with this IMU. I haven't... I might have missed it. I'm not quite sure.
Ideally, he'd be getting...
maybe Circling Eagle
the Primal
or
Wrath,
the Primal Wrath,
right? Because it comes with the transformation. Maybe when, you know, when you find yourself in a pickle, you steal the Bat's Feast.
Yeah, but that's just a defensive move.
Very defensive, yes, you're right.
Okay, now they're going to work on Kyle TZ here. Again, Circling Eagle. Brusco, one of those aggressive roamers when it comes to the Matilda, not afraid to go in, just dive in, aid the members of Fnatic Onic as they work on the bottom lane turret. These are 5 members. I know 4 because Kirk's up top. Let's see who's going to make a play first.
This is...
Speaking of range, you mentioned this, the range, the crowd control. Even the crowd control is ranged.
It's low cost. It doesn't put FNOP in danger. Usually, when you try to go for CCs, again, point in comparison, Few, when he tries to terrorize FNOP, he has to be in range. He has to come up close.
Oh,
Sanguine Claws don't care!
Speaking of Few, he has to pop his Purify here. He has his, the Bat's Feast, though. But Super Friends, again, just showing total domination here with the Bat's Impact. As early as 6 minutes in, you can already feel the damage coming in from Super Friends. And I'm curious what items he has already, because do you see each Bat Impact just dealing enough damage?
That's the nature of the beast. Sure, items will come into play, but the mechanic... Oh! Kirk, no one home.
Kirk missed Flicker there, but a perfect opportunity for Falcons APBren to counterattack as Fnatic Onic will get another turret. Just looking at the sustain of Fnatic Onic, they're not even afraid to go up against 5 members of Falcons APBren this deep.
They're not afraid. All right, so we were talking about Bat's Impact, right? every cast within a timer, Super Prince, he eats more mana, henceforth deals more damage. That's why. It'll just eventually eat into his mana, you just keep chunking away until he doesn't have any more. But I would reckon, since he's been hitting people with skills and getting away with so much, he can afford it.
Look at King Kong just literally leading the charge with the Spear of Alpha. Again, he's really activated because of the presence of Brusco with this Matilda. A guiding wind can ensure safety for King Kong without suffering any casualties. And here comes the Sackwind's Claws once again, catching Ogwin along with the Bat's Impact, forcing Flaptisi as well to walk away. Super Marco has to recall because the push might ensue for Fnatic.
Breaking news. After everything FNOP has done, FCAP gets their first turret push. That's where Marco came from.
And just look at this. 4 members of Fnatic zoning out the members of Falcons APBren as King Kong works on the Lord. There was an attempt there to steal the Lord. He's not going to cast that Spear of Destruction as King Kong with an uncontested, literally alone in his own island to deal with that Lord.
He is so comfortable. He is, what, 2,500 gold up, I'd reckon, over Kyle Teasy. And the rest is history. Like, you can do the math, but on a roll-per-roll basis, Fnatic Onic dwarf FCAP.
Yeah, literally.
They are in a whole different economic bracket. They pay a different kind of tax.
Since game 1. Actually, since week 1, you could argue.
The Bees don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
This was a chance for FCAP to get one over FNOP, but this might even be worse than the first time they met. That was a 3-game series. We're looking at a potential sweep.
Potential sweep might happen here as Fnatic Onic charges in the middle lane, trying to burst down this inhibitor turret, and they will do it successfully. They still have the Lord as King Kong works on the top lane, and Keller and Kirk onto the bottom lane. Super Prince not afraid to zone out the members with the Bat's Impact. Again, they're going to burst down the inhibitor down bottom. It's just the inhibitor up top remaining for Falcons APBren.
It's so tough for FCAP.
Wow! The chain CC from Fnatic is just too much. Last Insanity has to be used here to clear out the minions. Circling Eagle and Keller goes in with a blazing duet. Might be able to bring down Kyle TZ here. Pops his immortality. Looking at King Kong, gonna get a mega kill as they take the game, the series. 12-0 last week, 13-0 today.
Fnatic Onic Philippines puts a period on that question. Can they take down the Titans once more? They do it in quick fashion and take pictures too.
Literally gods among the remaining teams in the MPL S14. Unstoppable, unbothered. Just look at this team united as one. Hella strong. And just pure dominance from Fnatic.
With this victory, they extend that streak from the almost inconceivable 12, they made history then, to now the impossible 13. No one has ever gone this far, not in the history of MPL franchises since Indonesia started theirs at Season 4. GG well played to our defending world champions, to the Titans of MLBB, but not today.
Yeah, and that's the cherry on top for Fnatic. Extending their streak to 13-0 against the reigning world champions. Woo! Just wow.
What a way to start Retribution Rumble weekend. We got Marakin on stage with Fnatic Onic Philippines. That's it for us. Jose, Ingan, and Leo on the desk. Let's go over to the stage.
Everybody, let's give them a big round of applause, Fnatic Onic Philippines! First of all, yung achievement nyo, 13-0, hindi lang yon. Alam nyo ba that you broke the record for the fastest game of the season? Previously, it was 9 minutes and 52 seconds. Today was 9 minutes and 51 seconds. Congratulations! Are you guys aware of that?
Hindi.
Nakakagulat ba yon para sa'yo? Did you expect this?
Hindi pa namin in-expect.
Bakit tinapos nyo ng sobrang bilis?
Nagmamadali po si King Kong.
Okay, Kelra, what do you think about the possibility na ang Fnatic Onic Philippines magiging gods among men? Na maaaring matapos ang regular season undefeated at possibility of becoming a champion? Gods Among Men achievement to sa ating MLBB.
Hindi po namin masyado inisip yung standing namin ngayon eh. Mas nagpo-focus po kami kung sino yung mga nakakalaban namin. And ano lang, one game at a time lang.
One game at a time. Coach, what are you thinking right now? Hindi ko alam kung nasa-stress ka, gumaganto ka, you're breathing hard. Like, what are your thoughts right now? Parang satisfied ka ba sa nangyari today? Or you're already thinking ahead of the next game? What are you thinking?
Definitely satisfied, happy. Performance ngayon, again, pag naglalaro si King, lalo na yung funny, well, dahil sa suporta ng mga kampi niya, parang di ako nagiging coach, nagiging sobrang fan lang ako eh. Pero yun nga, again, si Vince, naglabas ng bagong kabaliwan ngayon araw. So proud, pero yun nga, parang binibilang ko na yung mga araw, nakaka-excite eh. Bukas, Omega, tapos 2 weeks from now, playoffs naman.
Coach, 2 beses yung natapos ang World Champs. Are you taking this as a sign na kayo ang makakapunta sa Grand Finals en route to M6?
Hindi pa rin eh. Kasi alam natin yung resilience ng mga teams na yan eh. And isa nga sa mga discussions namin for the past few days, pinakita ko sa kanila yung graph ng sa Wikipedia na hindi porket first ka sa regular season doesn't mean champion ka. I think Blacklist RSG pa lang yung nakagawa nun, AE. Apart from that, yun nga meron at mayroon lalaban eh. Bren, ilang season na lumalaban. Liquid, ilang season na lumalaban. Aurora, I'm pretty sure, gigil yung mga yan. And Omega, definitely. So, again, it's more of us in making sure na bigay lang namin lahat every single game.
From what you've proven so far, you can do anything. And now it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Once again, King Kong. Your parents are so proud. Si daddy mo raising his hand up in the air. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans nyo? Invite niyo sila na supportahan kayo all the way through.
Maraming salamat sa mga pumunta at sa mga supporters ng Fnatic Onic at ng Falcons APBren. Tsaka bukas ko na lang sabihin na abangan nyo kami sa playoffs. May laban pa kami bukas eh.
And now it's time to get to know our lucky fan na mananalo ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! You will also win a ticket for day 1, match 1 of the playoffs. Hi! What's your name?
Jen.
Jen! Jen, sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Si Kelra po.
Sino?
Kelra.
Si Kelra! Si Kelra! Na-break ang streak. Okay, tabi ka kay Kelra. Bakit si Kelra?
Kasi po din po kasi ako yung marksman. Ginagamit ko.
Okay. Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Kelra?
Keep it up.
Keep it up. May second favorite player ka ba?
Si King Kong.
Si King Kong! Si King Kong. Oh, anong gusto mo sabihin kay King Kong?
Mas lalo niya pang galingan and
May pangatlo ba?
Wala.
Huminto na doon! Okay, now you get to take a bow with your favorite team. Sa gitna ka ni King Kong at sa gitna ka ni Kelra. Go right in between them. All right. Congratulations to Fnatic Onic Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Fnatic Onic Philippines, undefeated, en route to the playoffs. Tignan natin how long the streak will continue. They're really hard to beat. We're gonna break that down game for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
14-0. Gods, bro. Absolute gods. Sheesh.
Wait, 14. Are they 13?
Sorry, 13 and
13 and 0.
You're
Getting excited. You're getting
trying
excited.
to get excited, but you know what? In my brain, it is possible.
Yeah. Are you working tomorrow?
I am.
You might be saying that tomorrow.
There you go. So we'll see tomorrow for sure. But for now, it was probably the most unexpected result I've seen in a matchup.
Yeah.
So far, with that lineup specifically winning at 9 minutes and 51 seconds.
Yeah. Part of me thinks that, you know, looking back at the draft of Falcons APBren, they first picked Phoveus, then they went to Angela Moskov, and they lead more into the Angela Phoveus idea. I feel like in an alternate universe, maybe Kyle Daisy would have picked up an Alice first, so they already would lock in an Angela-Alice combo, which again last year was like, actually no, heading into MSC had the 90% plus win rate globally. And we are still in that meta. But anyways, looking back at this, really Falcons APBren only had one person to reach Super Prince as that Sicilian, and it was unfortunately their own jungler. Not so clear cut for the Phoveus to do it. You still have to wait for Sinner's Marks to be applied, and you're not going to fully flicker, go forward, and try to reach out just to get that Sicilian down. When you have a strong mid laner with really great reach, a high sustaining roamer, it's gonna be easy for an alpha. Great combinations coming in by Super Friends, Kirk and King Kong together, making the most out of the crowd control that they can dish out and the sheer damage, and it was just clear cut for King Kong and a very clear cut road to becoming MVP of game number 2.
I threw up all my expectations for that game, honestly, because everything that I thought would work out the way it didn't. Everything just, I don't know. Again, you're not supposed to see an early game Sicilian pop off that quickly.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to see like an Angela get blown up in 2 skills, especially not in 9-8 minutes, right? So
yeah.
Obviously, everyone's expectations were probably off a little bit there, even on the other desk. And I think that, you know what, Sicilian definitely does feel like an underrated pick in a lineup like this, where you have a very solid front line, you're pretty safe with the Matilda, and you have an alpha that's getting all the attention. Super Prince could actually go crazy here.
Yeah.
And not to mention Kelra waiting on the wings, right? One of the most aggressive gold laners here in the league, probably in the world.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Fnatic Onic Philippines were able to get the spike that they did is, again, I believe it was the second major team fight for the second turtle. It was very difficult for that Phoveus to even survive. Getting hit on with everything, the Bat's Feast, free hits from Kelra, who finally got out of the gold lane during the second turtle, or maybe right after, because he was able to push back Super Marco and just be able to join the fight already there. It was just a lot of eggs in the Phoveus basket, which usually when you have a lineup with an Angela roam, you want to have 2 main options as the guy that can sustain, hold on, and live. Back in the day, it was the Fredrin, it was the Baksha. Xborg isn't really built like that. He's gonna pre-hit somewhat, yes, okay, but mainly he just wants to survive Last Insanity, get the Retribution, and the XP laner should cover. Again, maybe it's just wishful thinking that we could have seen an Angela, Alice, and Phoveus together. Maybe that would have been a little bit more sustainability to survive, because the early game damage of Fnatic Onic Philippines isn't there up until they were racking up kills. And unfortunately for Falcons APBren, Fnatic Onic Philippines just racked up kills at the exact right time, and now proving that they are looking to be the best team in the world as of now.
Yeah, I don't know.
That damn good.
Who are you guys? You guys watching? Who are you gonna compare to Fnatic Onic Philippines right now in terms of track record, in terms of consistency? Very few actually come close, right? So I would like to salute these guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. For now, that's going to be it for the Infinix Game Tambayan. I'm Rockhart, and this is Renmar. Let's throw it over to a quick mic check. Sorry, that's Renz. I thought they were going to throw it.
Tapos na. Tapos na. Power kong. Yes, pre. Power. 9 minutes game, guys. Nice!
I thought we were closing up.
Not yet, dude.
Quick.
Way too excited.
They were way too fast.
We still have a recap on the schedule.
Right.
We still gotta do the
Fansik
Fansik Laban.
Of course.
Sometimes we gotta get like Fnatic Onic Philippines and just like chill out, because their comps were chill up until they won. When they won, that's when you heard them pop off.
That's right. And and again, Kelra said, you know what, King Kong is in a rush.
Yeah.
And I think everyone's everyone's already so excited for day number 2. But for the meantime, yes. I think we're here in a scenario where there's very few people that you can actually compare FNOP to.
Yeah.
Prime, Blacklist is probably it. Season 8.
Yeah.
Closest is, you know,
I mean,
APBren as well. And, of course,
they're undefeated. They're freaking undefeated, dude.
No one can really go that close.
I mean,
just like
I know TLID has been impressive. I know RQ has been incredibly impressive. They're fighting out. I'm not sure if they have already had their series in terms of the battle for top 1 there in MPL Indonesia. I know SRG is still undefeated.
Yeah.
I know NIP Flash is just bullying everyone in SG, but Fnatic Onic Philippines just hit diff. But those other teams are great. By the way, no updates to the bias board because we both got our predictions wrong today.
That's right.
But I think Leo deserves some points here also. I saw him vote for Fnatic Onic Philippines if I'm
earlier.
not mistaken.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's put up a lion there.
We should have like, I guess it's a little too late now, but you're right here. Leo,
we gotta update it.
Did you predict?
Hey, Leo!
Leo! Did you predict for FNOP earlier?
Did you predict Fnatic? Leo!
Leo!
Come back here, come back here. Did you predict Fnatic Onic Philippines to win?
There you go.
That's a win. That's a yes.
So
we should put a lion
honorary,
here. Yeah.
Honorary lion.
We're putting a lion right here.
Right there. And again, we're updating this every time someone goes on the panel.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have a new system as well coming in for playoffs, so watch out for that.
Yeah,
It'll be fun.
Yeah, we really gotta double check this before the regular season ends. I know Leo should have more points there up also.
He predicts a lot as well.
Yeah. And
Check it out on the social.
Yeah, your predictions of the spreadsheets also needs to get put in here. I know you've hit a couple also.
Yeah, and either way,
yeah.
We're actually very happy that, you know what, the casters pulse. Is that how you say it in English?
The pulse.
The pulse.
Yeah.
Their grasp of like how the teams are popping off right now. The predictions are pretty good.
Yeah.
And again, we're still looking for you guys to get those early bird tickets for M6 already. Please book early, because in my experience, you got to book early to get the best prices, right?
Yeah.
That's a 20% discount right now on tickets, and there's also 20% discount on merch.
Yeah.
So if you pre-order merch, it's a lot less expensive rather.
Yeah.
So, and your hotel. Book your hotel as well.
For sure.
For Malaysia. What's the best hotel in Malaysia?
I don't know.
Have you been there?
Yeah, I've been to Malaysia.
You hung out?
What was the name of that hotel we spent at one time? I forgot. Oh, Momo's is really cute. Is it Momo's? I think it was Momo's. It's a really small traveler hotel. It's adorable, but there are much nicer hotels too.
Cool. All right, we'll see you guys there. But for now, we're talking about Fancy Klaban. You know, this is the matchup where Infinix brings together the best of the best from the fans and put them together and fight. And looks like RSG won, and we're at a complete reversal of the actual teams.
Yeah, in the fans-led tournament, it's a whole different story. It's the Bees in the lead. And I know the Bees are very, okay, maybe aggressive is the wrong word, but they're very, I'll just go with aggressive.
Enthusiastic?
Enthusiastic, yeah. Because I'm part of the community group of Falcons APBren, and then every time the Fancy Klaban is up, it's like they're always hunting for people to like, hey, would you want to represent Falcons APBren this weekend? Let us know.
So they're, in more gamer terms, sweaty.
Yeah.
They're the sweatiest fans, and again, it kind of
Pretty
results.
sweaty, dude. Pretty sweaty.
It kind of shows in the results. But for our official standings for regular season, Week 8, Day number 1, no one is clear-cut yet. Like we mentioned earlier, RSG Philippines still has a fighting chance. Albeit, maybe their chance went lower now, maybe at 18, 20%.
Yeah. Falcons APBren has not secured upper bracket too, so the other portion of the bracket, we still don't know who's gonna end up in top 2. Crazy.
Love that you bring that up. Smart Omega in the upper bracket? What universe is this?
It might be. It might be. Who knows?
That'll be interesting to find out. And again, that's happening tomorrow because now FNOP is going to face Smart Omega.
Yep.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's a crazy story.
God.
Hayes used to be part of Omega. Coach Why Not used to coach Omega. Keller used to be there. Fnatic Onic Philippines still acknowledge Omega as the poison. Bro. Tomorrow. Watch tomorrow.
We hope you guys are here tomorrow. For now, let's throw it over to Mara to close out the day. And yes, for real this time, guys.
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang sorpresa na lumalabas. Brothers fighting alongside one another and a streak still running. Ano pa ba dapat ang ating abangan? Malalaman natin bukas as the battle continues to fulfill that final playoffs bracket. Ako po si Mara Aquino. Kita-kits bukas. This has been MPL Philippines Season 14, the Retribution Rumble Weekend. Keep it good vibes, everybody. See you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!